And although you cannot tell from the text of the ad itself, what he was apologizing for was the role played by him and his office in one of the grossest congressional scandals. You mentioned this guy named Foley. That's Mark Foley, who was another Republican congressman. He served in the House at the same time as Tom Reynolds. And in 2006, Mark Foley resigned from Congress in disgrace after it was revealed that he had sent very sexually explicit messages and horribly inappropriate emails to teenage boys who were serving on Capitol Hill as congressional pages, these young assistants who work at the U.S. Capitol. That story first broke, the Mark Foley story first broke to the public in 2006, right before the midterm elections. But the fact that Congressman Foley had been
Good evening, folks. I would like to remind folks to keep themselves on mute as we work through the evening. It'll really help in managing a large Zoom audience. Let's give everybody another minute or so to log in. Thank you very much.
It turns out one of the pages, teenage boys, who was getting these.
Ms. Morales, if you could please mute your Zoom, that would be thankful. We can hear the TV in the background.
That member of Congress went to Tom Reynolds and leadership to tell him about it so something could be done. Reynolds and his office, therefore, were told about Mark Foley and these emails he was sending to these kids working as pages.
Gabe, if you're able to mute, there we go. Thank you.
Forward the information. He says he told the House Speaker, that then was Denny Hastert, who then would later have his own problems with these matters. He said he told the House Speaker, but he did nothing further. And meanwhile, Mark Foley stayed in Congress the whole time. Ultimately,
All right, folks, it's a little bit after 6. We have a growing number of participants so far, 23. I imagine that number will continue as people make their way towards the Zoom meeting, but I would like to call this meeting to order. And if we could all stand for the pledge and point in the appropriate direction. All right. So we had a closed session tonight, and I can report out from our closed session that the council took no action. So that is the report from the closed session. Going back to open session, we have our first order of business is to approve our agenda for the evening. And I've asked our city attorney, Russ Gans, to please address an issue of bringing an agenda item back for review after it has been voted on by the council. So if we could start with Russ giving us the city code that dictates the discussing of agenda items more than once. We'll start with that, and then we'll bring it back to the council for our discussion on the agenda. Russ, are you on? I see Russ is here. There we go.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's see. As to the actual code citation, little bit brief background. Prior to tonight's meeting, our office was requested to evaluate the protocol for reconsideration of an item by the city council. The most summary description in very abbreviated form: if a matter sought to be reconsidered at the same meeting or a consequent, the immediately subsequent meeting, there's a very specific protocol that must be followed under the Brown Act for reconsideration. Where the council elects to consider an issue either similar to or even potentially identical to a previously considered item at a subsequent meeting, there is no real restriction on the city council for doing that. Multiple meetings reserves, assuming were not in success immediately the same meeting or immediately following meeting. Where the council elects to reconsider something at some future point in time, it retains its police power to, the council, of course, retains police power to consider anything that it deems pertinent or relevant to governance of the city. And I said a municipal code provision on that. It is, I believe it's Trinidad Municipal Code Section 2.04.120. And in pertinent part, that provision states, nothing shall be construed to prevent any member of the council from making or remaking the same or any other motion at a subsequent meeting of the council. So what it's referencing is there's limitation on reconsideration of any action taken by the council at a pending meeting. As you get to subsequent meetings of the council can always reconsider or place items on its agenda. So that's kind of the general summary description.
Okay, thank you very much, Russ. I do know that there was considerable comments regarding that, so I wanted to make sure that we addressed it from a legal standpoint first. I've also gotten word from one of our counselors, Jack West, who's having connectivity issues, so we hope he will join us soon. But at this point, we do want to approve the agenda or discuss the agenda. So from the council, do we have any substantive changes that we wish to make to our agenda this evening? Seeing no hands up, I see now one from Dave.
I was going to make the motion, but unless you're going to ask for the public.
No, I'd like to just to have the public. This is one opportunity for any comments regarding substantive changes requests for the agenda this evening. And I am doing my best to scan the list of participants as well as my visual. I don't see any hands up, so we'll bring it back. David, can you now have the floor?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we accept tonight's agenda.
Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Richard has a second. Just because we have a large group, Gabe, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote, please, on all votes.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we have a motion and a second on the table. Grover, Klompus. We'll start with Mayor Ladwig.
Yes.
Davies. Councilmember Davies.
Yes.
West.
West is still not logged in.
Oh, I'm sorry, he's not logged in.
Yep.
Grover
Yes.
and Klompus.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on. We have approval of minutes from both the June 21 and July 13 meetings. Let's start with June 21. Any substantive comments, changes regarding the minutes from the June meeting? None from the council, any from the public? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the July 13 minutes. Any council substantive changes from the council regarding the July 13 meeting minutes? Seeing none, any from the general public? All right, let's go with the motion then regarding the minutes, approval of the minutes from June 21 and July 13.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve minutes from both June 21st and July 13th.
I'll second that motion.
First and a second, Gabe.
So we got a first Grover, second Klompus to approve the minutes as written. We'll start with Mayor Ladwig.
Approve?
Grover,
Yes.
Clumpus,
Yes.
and Davies.
Yes.
Passed 4-0.
Thank you very much. At this point, let's give Jack another minute to log in. I know he's trying, so we'll start with council reports, committee assignments, starting with Richard.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Let's make sure that desktop number 2. Let me know if you can see that.
Yes.
Wonderful. I'll do this as briefly as I can. Indian Gaming Benefits Committee, no changes, no meetings at this time. The California Coastal National Monument Gateway Committee, we did meet up at the Trinidad Head Lighthouse to plan the 150th anniversary celebration on December 4th of this year. And we're looking forward to getting those plans together. The city of Trinidad will help with parking, along with the BLM rangers at that time. Also, August 7th was the National Lighthouse Day, so celebration. The Humboldt County Visitors Bureau runs a website, visitredwoods.com, which is sponsored and paid for by the county. I've put Lysica Parrott of the BLM in connection with Julie Bembo, the executive director, so that they could properly promote the 150th anniversary. Closer to home, the Trinidad Bay Art and Music Festival that Julie Fulkerson, a previous mayor of Trinidad, is hosting. There will be actual live performances at our town hall the weekend of August 13th and the weekend of the 20th. What is different from last month when I reported that is that for safety purposes, because of COVID, attendees will be required to have vaccination proof or a negative COVID test within 72 hours. In addition, seating hall capacity has been capped at 25%, extra ventilation has been added, and food will be served outdoors. So that will take place again the weekend of August 13th and the weekend of August the 20th. Moving on, the Trinidad Ad Hoc Water Committee. This was set up last year, chapter City Code 13.08. It's really 2 council members, Jack West and myself, with support from Eli, to help alert the public when there is a potential drought or water shortage. So historically, wildfires in California have scorched 4 times the number of acres this year so far than last year. Last year, there was 4.2 million acres. And closer to home, the Monument Fire west of Weaverville has now burned 50,000 acres, 3% contained and closed Route 299. I understand that Route 36 is closed as well. Farther east, Greenville, the historic town of 1,000 people, was reduced to ash and rubble last week. And just to remind those on the call tonight, in the 1930s, Trinidad lost both of its redwood storage tanks due to wildfire. So it can happen. According to drought.gov, Trinidad is experiencing what we call extreme drought, and I'll explain that in just a moment. Every resident in Humboldt County is being affected by it. This year is the 30th driest year in the last 127 years. We're down about 10 inches of rain and 97% less since last month. So this is the drought.gov, and the reason they call it extreme drought, here's Trinidad up here with a little arrow. This part that's orange is a dark orange is Humboldt County. And this part here that is less red orange is in severe drought. That's the part supplied by Ruth Lake Reservoir and the Mad River. To just explain quickly what extreme drought means, according to drought.gov, fire seasons last year round. They occur typically in wet parts of the state. Water is inadequate for agriculture, wildlife, urban needs, reservoirs are low, hydropower is restricted. For the first time since 1967, the power generation at Lake Orville has been stopped. So that's really new. What I also learned in July is that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors proclaimed a drought emergency, and they have a drought task force that meets weekly. And what's interesting when you look at what they're looking at, what impacts, It's potential reduction in water availability for cities, districts, and other suppliers who are not served by Humboldt Bay, and also potential for diminished water availability and decreased in quality from private wells and surface water diversions, which again kind of explains the city of Trinidad. If we look for drought indicators, we changed this past week from extreme drought to exceptional drought. This measures the stream flow in Trinidad. Precipitation is still moderately wet because it's a 60-day assessment, and we had quite a bit of rain on June 13th, which I'll show in just a moment. So I want to share with you just a quick video. I took it this past week of Liffenholtz Creek. Hopefully you can see this. This is what the creek looks like when you have 3 cubic feet of flow per second. That's really good. That's a healthy looking Liffenholtz Creek. And I was there last week. This is what it looked like last week. There are my feet. Took some video. And you're going to now look up the creek again where you saw before. Only the difference is it's really just about 3 feet wide and only a few inches deep. So this is really what the city now is using all of its resources to get water. This is 2.4 inches deep on this metric scale for that part. So let's go back to the report. So here we are in May of last year, 3 cubic feet. That's what it's like up until about June. Again, that's healthy. And then you have now in July, 3 feet wide, the rest of it's bone dry, and again, 2.4 inches deep. There's your indicator, and you can walk through it without getting your ankles wet at this point in time. When we look at the data, I've been able to utilize Pacific Watershed's cubic feet per second meter. And just to orient everyone, if you look at the blue area, that's 2020. So we start out at about 3 cubic feet in June, and last year by July, you're down to about 1 cubic feet per second. It goes down to 0.63, another 40% drop in August, and goes back up again. It's a dynamic system. It doesn't stay straight. It goes up and down, but the trend line as the summer goes by is lower. And the last reading we had last year was 0.81. Last year compared to previously in the summer. If we look at this year in red, I was able to lay this over top. We had that wonderful 1 day of rain, 1.5 inches of rain, June 13th. A week later with the next reading, most of that water was in the Pacific Ocean. It was down to 1.3, and now we're down to about 1.0. Today's reading I got from Ryan averaged about 50 readings. Again, we're about 1.0. So we're right here, and we've already declared a stage 1 drought in Trinidad. We did that in July. According to GHD, the engineering firm, we requested that they do a watershed water supply and storage analysis back in January of this year. We paid for it. And they said there's very limited data on Liffenholtz Creek flow. I couldn't find any before last year. And if people say, well, it's always been better or it's always been the same, we really don't have any data, unfortunately, to base that assumption on. As the water level goes lower, according to GHD, extracting water becomes more difficult. Climate change over the coming decades is expected to change our precipitation patterns and could reduce creek flows during dry periods. So during drought conditions, the water supply may be insufficient to meet existing water demand. So the creek is great most of the year, but 4 months of the year during drought and the dry season, it may become inadequate. Jeffrey Mount from the Public Policy Institute has a great quote. The universal truism is that by the time you react to a drought, it's too late to react to a drought. So planning is really important. The city of Trinidad declaring a stage 1 drought brought into effect the drought communication plan that we created last year. So in July, we released a press release to make sure that everybody in the area knew that we had to have voluntary water conservation. The governor has asked that we do a 15% reduction. The city website will be updated to show a drought condition and requested reduction in usage. An informational letter has already been printed, a 2-page letter ready for mailing to all of Trinidad's water customers. It was done last week with a color table to show the different levels of drought and voluntary conservation. And colored stickers were printed last week and stuck to the back of the water bills to request 15%. And here's what that looks like. The message on the front of the water bill kind of gets covered over by the Postal Service's barcode. But I know the city clerk's office is short one staff, so I went in last week and volunteered and put those stickers on the back of every water bill postcard. So if it's crooked, I did it, but I wanted to make sure you got it. And this is a kind of a pretty pastel salmon color. The next ones will end up being orange and then red if we get to stage 2 and stage 3 for that. So water scarcity during drought in California's growing fire season is not a sustainable public policy, and using water scarcity to control growth outside the city's jurisdiction could have serious unintended consequences for Trinidad. So the last part of my report I want to share is the Trinidad Advisory Water Committee. This was set up a few months ago by City Resolution 2021-02. We've only had 2 meetings. The last meeting, July 14th, was 4 hours because it really is a public forum. And as chairman of the committee, I wanted to make sure that everyone had the chance to speak their mind, ask questions, and make suggestions. But what I think is really important for the public to understand is, what does this committee do? And the purpose is to...
And Richard, if I can jump in real quick, I see this as an agenda item. The water, let's see, number 2, discussion presentation regarding water advisory committee report. So I'm a little unclear if you're jumping the gun here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. The water reports will be presented. That's the section down here. There's going to be
I just want to make sure that we're covering the right thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is my committee report about activity of the committee.
Got it.
Not the 3 reports.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that the public is clear that the purpose of the committee, as set up by City Resolution 2021-02, is to evaluate the needs of the city for water, analyze potential options for water sources and infrastructure, and assist the council in pursuing water opportunities, including funding. Very important. The objectives of the committee is to provide a public forum to address and discuss water concerns and solutions, to assist the city manager and public works department in addressing water-related issues, make balanced and informed recommendations to the city council on ways to improve the supply of water, and to report to the council regularly. So this committee is made up of myself, Mr. Grover, we have Ms. Kelly, we have Mr. Kenny, and Mr. Miller, and 5 of us make up the committee, just to make sure that the public understands the areas that we, a committee, have talked about have included fixing leaks, increasing storage, investigating new sources of water, rainwater catchment, distributed water tanks, catchment ponds and springs, and a water intertie with West Haven. And I appreciate the mayor putting in a memo in tonight's agenda that recommends some of the exact same areas that the committee has already considered and intends to explore. What I also want to make sure that people understand is it takes both time and a budget to properly investigate these topics by really engaging qualified engineers and subject matter experts. The reason that we were able to produce 3 reports in a month is because previous studies and information that's timely were available to the committee. That's why these 3 reports are coming out. We have Mr. Grover working on trucking and water. We have Mr. Kenny working on legal rights to water in the area of Mill Creek. So those reports are being worked on, but they're not ready yet to present to the public or to the council. And just as a review, last week I reached out to Mr. Scott Gilbreth. He's the Water Resource Control Engineer from the California EPA office as a potential speaker to the committee. I want experts to come in and help the committee understand things that are beyond our scope and our knowledge. There's a lot more work to be done. We've met twice, but I also want to say I'm very proud of the committee work that they've done. They've worked hard to get these reports out so far. So that's it. That's it for me for this part of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Jack, welcome to the meeting.
Sorry about that, being late, but we had no EastCog meeting last month, so I have nothing to report.
All right. Mr. Grover, anything to report from your side?
Yes, as you all know, I get to be on the Redwood Coast Energy Authority Board of Directors, which allows me to be on a couple of subcommittees that I kind of consider my wheelhouse. We've established a standing committee for racial equity that's going to work with their hiring practices and the agencies they work with. It's part of a government alliance for racial equity, acronym GAR. It's going to bring out a lot of information and take it and network that information so that we can utilize the best aspects of hiring things and have a continued basis of that. And that's something I bring to us as a council, that in every situation, the better that we can conform in some ways with other agencies, the better we can treat people and make sure that the intervention happens before it's too late when things are going wrong. The other subcommittee that I really is to my aspiration for offshore wind is doing very well. The executive director, Matthew Marshall, met with the Secretary of the Interior of the United States, Deb Haaland, this week. The Bureau of Energy Management is really okaying the offshore wind. So looks like a lot of big things are going to be happening in Humboldt, and our economy is going to be sustainable. It's going to reflect the times that we're living in. We're going to be, using alternative means of energy, have energy independence as well as networked energy. The airport grid, I don't know if anybody's driven by there, but those panels are up and it's looking pretty good. So that's about it. Also, on some stance, though, I am doing some work with the California State Green Party, and if anybody wants to contact me about their platform and where I get some of my perspectives of that I bring to the council, they can get a hold of me through my council email at dgrover@trinidad.ca.gov, and that's all for me tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Grover. Mr. Davies? Still on mute, sir. There we go.
My report is already contained in the agenda of this meeting, so I'll speak later.
Very good. And my two committees were not able to meet this last month, so nothing to report there. So we'll move on to our staff report. Eli.
Yeah, thank you. So normally I have my staff report included in the packet. However, on Friday, and unfortunately, because there's an attachment to it, it was unable to load. So I will read my city manager's report, and we will put it on the website, at least the attachment, because I thought it was important for the community. So first thing, stormwater project, delayed in starting because of a shortage and availability of materials. GR Sundberg Incorporated should start construction this month. The project should be completed in October, and construction will take place on part of Underwood, Ewing, Edwards, and mostly in the harbor/beach parking lot. Secondly, chamber mixer. I attended the chamber's first mixer since the pandemic started. It was held July 20th. The event was well attended, and also representatives of the McKinleyville Chamber were present, since the two chambers are still slated to merge their resources sometime this year. TBAM. The Trinidad Bay Arts and Music Festival will be held the next 2 weekends, August 13th through the 15th and August 20th through the 22nd in Town Hall. A number of artists will be performing from different genres. Proof of vaccination or a negative COVID test is required. More information is available on their website, tbamfest.com. Underground utilities. Rule 20A, which deals with credits for undergrounding of utilities, is entering a phase 2 with upcoming changes per PG&E. They called me and we had a conference call and talked about it. They're going to be sending more information, which I will share with the council and the community. So once more information is received and a guidebook is created, I will share that with the city. Another option is Rule 20B, which deals with the creation of an assessment district by impacted property owners in order to facilitate the undergrounding process. And that's because there's limited funding in the 20A process. And as a result, if people want to get undergrounding done quicker, they can go through creating an assessment district. And that happened also on part of Underwood, the end of Underwood. That's how those utilities were undergrounded. The last one, and that's the one that I had the attachment with, and it's a 5-page attachment coming from the U.S. Department of Interior. So the heading is Humboldt Wind Energy Area. The U.S. Department of the Interior's Bureau of Ocean Energy Management sent a letter and press release to the city seeking public comment on the Humboldt Wind Energy Area. The energy area is located approximately 18 miles off the shore of Trinidad and stretches south of Eureka. So it goes 18 miles, and then like once it goes by Eureka, it's about 20 miles offshore. An environmental assessment and historic preservation review will be undertaken prior to issuing offshore wind leases. And then I said a copy of the letter, press release, and a map are attached. So we will put those on our website so the community will have the information. And I believe what we should do is at an upcoming council meeting or some other public meeting that we can have, invite the representative from the Department of the Interior where they can provide some additional information on this project and how it might impact the city of Trinidad. In addition to the staff report, I spoke with the representative of Verizon, and everything is on track except they pushed the schedule back 1 month. So instead of tentative completion of the West Haven cell tower in November, it is scheduled now in December. And that's when it would be online. I also got reassurances again from Verizon that their engineers want the spot that they've selected, which they think is a good spot in addition to the current one on Quarry Road, that it will provide good coverage. And I told them that we would like to see, at least the coverage that we have now or better. So they've assured me that, and I asked them if they can also notify me, when they have that online, so I can notify the community, and whoever has Verizon, we can check and make sure that the coverage is adequate. In addition to that, I do want to note that our next council meeting, which will be on September the 14th, so it'll be in the evening, of course, but that's also election day. So I just want to remind everyone to go out and vote. This is on the recall, the governor recall. So whether you're for it or against it, please make sure that you vote on September 14th. It's important that everyone expresses their opinion. And that's it for my report. If there's any questions, I'll entertain them.
Just before we get to questions, I just want to let folks know that there is an issue with some folks calling in who are on auto mute, and Gabe has reached out to Zoom support tech folks, and they're looking into it. So if you did call into this meeting and are unable to unmute yourself, please put something in the chat if you wish to speak, and we'll try to go that route. So please stay tuned. But any questions, comments for Eli from the council on his staff report? All right, seeing
I was just
none.
gonna say, thanks, and I appreciate the overlap with the BOEM and the offshore wind, because, that's definitely something that's gonna, come into play with what I was talking about, the energy independence and the ability to network.
Very good. At this point, we have come to the part of the meeting where we have items from the floor. I'll read it. This time, members of the public may comment on items not appearing on the agenda. Individual comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not individual council members or staff. Council and staff responses will be minimal for non-agenda items. So at this point, do we have any items from the floor on any topic not covered in this evening's agenda?
Steve, I'm not sure if it is on the agenda, but this is Erin Rowe. I sent a letter in on July 5. I sent a letter to Eli on the city council, and I haven't heard anything back.
You said July 5th, Erin?
Yeah.
All
That was
right.
over a month ago.
I will look through my email and see if we can find something. And I'll let you know either way by email what we're able to locate.
I was hoping you would read it. It's just a paragraph, and maybe I can put it in the chat.
Is it a covering a non-agenda item?
I can't tell from this agenda whether these issues will be addressed. I can't tell.
What is it that you wish to read?
There. Okay. No, actually, I want someone else to read it. Can I put this in the chat for someone else to read it?
Sure.
Thank you. Where is? Oh, come on. Where did the chat go? Okay.
How about this? When I see the chat come up, Erin, I will read it.
Okay, I'm not getting it. For some reason, the chat disappeared.
I'm going to move on, Erin,
Okay.
and it's at the bottom of the screen, the chat.
No, I know. It's just not there right now for some reason. Okay, I'm okay reading it. Do you mind if I read it?
Okay, it's your 3 minutes.
It'll be easier. Okay. Dear Eli and City Council members, as we know, the trail on Van Wyck is in an unsafe condition. Although there are trail closed signs on both sides, people are still walking the trail daily. I saw a young child whose dad lifted him from the trail onto my property, which is also very unsafe for a different reason. And in spite of my having posted an additional danger and no trespassing sign, people are just walking all over there. And just want to let you know that with time, as the cliff is deteriorating, the risk of someone getting injured is increasing. It's almost inevitable. So my request was, I was asking if the council would consider a more effective interim deterrent. And then I just said, thanks for your work.
All right, thank you for your comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
And whoever has an iPhone, I think your mute is off, and so we hear intermittent noise. Unfortunately, I don't know your identity other than iPhone. I see Miss Akana has her hand up.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say Kelly had originally planned on speaking for the items from the floor, but she's unable to call in. She keeps trying to call, but it keeps telling her that it's locked. So she's not able to get on, and for some reason the internet's being wacky. So she's going to send it in an email to all of the council now. So I hope that you get it, and we look forward to hearing back from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Other items from the floor? And I'm scanning. I don't see any hands up. Okay. All right. Well, then we can move on. Thank you for those that were able to contribute to items on the floor. Moving on to the consent agenda. All matters on the consent agenda are considered routine by the City Council and are enacted in one motion. There is no separate discussion of any of these items. If discussion is requested by a council member, that item is removed from consent and considered separately. A single opportunity for public comment on the consent agenda is available. Any requests from the council to remove any item from consent? Seeing none, any public comment on our consent agenda? All right. At this point, I bring it back to council.
Bryce wanted to speak.
There you are. Sorry, Bryce. Go ahead.
No problem. Thank you. I, along with my HARP comments, I put in a few paragraphs about the one of the consent agenda items, and I was hoping somebody would call it forward, because I think the waiver of immunity that you're considering entering into with the Rancheria is not very protective of the city's interests. I don't know if anybody got a chance to read my comments, but basically the waiver only goes into effect if the Rancheria sues you. So you would have to wait to be sued first before you could invoke any of your rights, including the indemnification language that you have in there. So I don't know if it really seems to me like that's worth taking another look at. I mean, if that's the kind of thing you want to enter into, that's fine, I guess. But well, I would think you would want something more protective of the city's interest there. So yeah, it's in my written comments in the first section.
All right. Thank you for your written comments. Other comments from the public on our consent agenda? Seeing none, bringing it back to the council. Any reactions to Bryce's comments on the language in the consent agenda? Jack, I saw your hand go up.
I think I'd like to get into that a little bit more. Maybe we should get some more information from our lawyer too. But I'd like to pull it and look at that a little bit, please. Number five, that's good.
So we'll pull it and make it our first agenda item so that we can cover that business immediately. Is that okay with the rest of the council? Okay, I'm seeing yes. So our consent agenda now consists of items 1 through 4, staff activity report, financial statements, law enforcement, and second reading of ordinance 2021-03. So at this point, I would like to call for a motion to approve our consent agenda.
I'll move to accept the consent agenda with number 5 being moved to number 1 on the discussion action items.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a first and a second. Gabe, would you mind doing a roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. We got a motion by Councilmember West and a second by Councilmember Davies to pull number 5 and approve consent 1 through 4 as submitted. We'll start with Mayor Ladwig.
Yes.
Grover?
Yes.
Klompus?
Yes.
Davies?
Yes.
And West?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. So let's move on now, where our first item of discussion is the item number 5 pulled from consent, the permission letter and agreement. So I'm going to give everybody a minute to find it in their packet. My question is for our city attorney, Mr. Gans. Have you had a chance to review said agreement, and could you please weigh in with your professional opinion?
Yes, I have reviewed the agreement. Actually, these provisions were discussed at length with council and agents for the Rancheria. I have not seen Mr. Kenny's comments, if those were forwarded to the city. It does include a general indemnity provision under Section 6 for any and all liabilities arising out of the tribe's use, operation, or maintenance of the project, and also any liabilities arising out of their negligence or wrongful acts or omissions. As to the arbitration dispute resolution provision, the tribe was reluctant to include a more comprehensive waiver of sovereign immunity for the protocol called for dispute resolution. A arbitration procedure, commercial arbitration protocol, American Arbitration Association, that was discussed and ultimately agreed as something that the parties can mutually recommend. Would note that there is an express exception to it, and that the parties can resort to Humboldt County Superior Court in the event that there is any need for a more immediate form of relief for the city, be it an injunction or otherwise during the course of construction. But generally, that's a synopsis without the more specific comments or having reviewed those from Mr. Kinney. It's difficult to comment.
Any other questions for Russ at this point from the council? All right, I'm going to bring it out to Russ. To Mr. Kinney, just so we have you talking directly with Russ, because Russ wasn't able to see your comments. If you don't mind summarizing your comments for Russ, that would be appreciated.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it really boils down to sentence 2. It's section 9 of the proposed agreement, if you have it there in front of you, Russ. And it says the tribe expressly and irrevocably waives the sovereign immunity of the tribe from suit against the tribe by the city in an action initiated by the tribe, or from any counterclaim brought by the city in an action initiated by the tribe. So in order for a waiver to kick in, the tribe has to sue you first. It just seems to me that really limits the effectiveness of it. If, for example, some third party sues the city over the work because it's on city property, and the city goes to invoke the indemnity language, then you find out that, well, the tribe has to sue us first before there's any waiver of their immunity. So it just seems to me that it's not very good protection for the city. Yeah, I don't know.
Again, would note for the council, discuss these provisions at length with the rancherie to try and find some mutually agreeable language. The interpretation, I think, would be in how the two provisions, and it's Mr. King, the important provision goes along with it, is Section 8 for the dispute resolution protocol. So the tribe, in essence, will not waive their sovereign immunity for claims in Humboldt County Superior Court, except for provisional relief under Section 8, as provided in Section 9. So Section 9, in essence, would require the parties to proceed with an arbitration in a neutral forum for any dispute not invoking the provisional relief remedy. So yes, we've discussed with the city a more comprehensive sovereign immunity waiver, but can represent to the council, this is what, in discussion with both the rancherie's attorney and the city agents, we were able to mutually come to agreement and recommend.
Councilors, at this point, I'm going to bring it back to you. Thank you, Mr. Kinney, for elaborating. I'm going to bring it back to the council. At this point, do you feel that the two parties have spent adequate time addressing the language of this agreement?
I just have a quick question for Russell again. What you just said, does that mean that a third party would have to go after both entities? If they went after one, they'd have to go after both of them?
Not certain I'm following the question from the council member. The agreement requires both parties to proceed with arbitration except in the event of the provisional remedy provision in section 8. That makes sense.
Yep, that's true.
Other questions, comments from the council for Russ at this point? All right, let's open it up one last time. I'm sorry, no, we've had public comment. Council, I'm looking for some sort of, oh, I'm sorry, I see hands go up. The first hand I saw up was Mr. Seward, Timothy Seward.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is Tim Seward. I'm legal counsel for the Trinidad Rancheria. And I just wanted to sort of echo Mr. Gann's comments that the way this is structured is to provide for arbitration. The parties first meet and discuss and try to resolve disputes and then go to arbitration. And the waiver of immunity provides for enforcement of the arbitration clause. So disputes between the city and the tribe are intended to be resolved through the binding arbitration provision.
All right, thank you. Ms. Provold, I see your hand is up.
Good evening. Thank you. Just a quick review of this agreement. And this is in, as you know, Aboriginal territory of the Yurok people in the village near Ashurai Ancestral Society, or the village of Ashurai. I didn't see in the agreement, and it might be somewhere else, that there will be monitors for cultural, because it is in a cultural resource area. Is that detailed out somewhere else, or would that be in this agreement? Thank you.
Let's see, do we have a member of the Rancheria who can answer Ms. Provold's question? Jackie?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, the project will definitely have cultural monitors on site. Trinidad Rancheria will have a cultural monitor, but Yurok tribe is welcome to also have a cultural monitor on site. I would like to speak to this project. It's a very, very small amount of City of Trinidad right away. And at the entrance to Launcher Beach, the project in question is to place paver stones to mitigate stormwater runoff. And my EPA directors on the Zoom call as well, Jonas Savage, and I would like to introduce him to speak a little bit more about the project. However, we have been on hold since June with the process with the city for this provisional agreement. State Water Board is calling us weekly to say, where is the agreement? The agreement got held up for 2 months, almost 3 months now. So, you know, it's a very minimal project that minimally impacts city property. And it is to mitigate a stormwater runoff citation that has been, you know, just like your Prop 1 stormwater project, this is our Prop 1 stormwater project. I do not foresee, and I know for sure, there is no impact to Galindo Trail. It's only the existing asphalt that was previously disturbed, and it will be to lay paver stones in that area. So if possible, I'd like to ask my EPA director, Jonas Savage, to lend a little bit more information.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Like Jackie said, The project is to mitigate the last of our stormwater discharges per the ASBS stormwater prohibition, the discharge prohibition into the Trinidad Harbor. It is part of the larger parking lot runoff stormwater mitigation. It's capturing all the runoff in the parking lot. And through a series of drains and bioswales, we'll be treating that so that there's no longer a stormwater discharge. The part of the project that's in question is down at the neck of Launcher Beach, where everything kind of bottlenecks, and it's just a small part of the right-of-way on the Galindo Street trail, and it's, I don't know, maybe 100 square feet of existing asphalt that will be replaced by permeable pavers to allow for infiltration. So it'll be essentially the same amount of maintenance that the rancheria has been caretaking for in that area and on that part of the parking lot roadway since they've owned it. So I don't know if that helps clear it up. It's a small area where we're going to be just replacing some existing asphalt with permeable pavers.
Thank you, Jonas. Any questions for Jonas or for Mr. Seward or Ms. Hosser-Carmison from the council who just recently updated us? All right, moving back to council then, do we have a motion regarding this agenda item?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we move ahead with the letter and agreement between the Trinidad City, the City of Trinidad and the Trinidad Rancheria for the Trinidad Harbor ASBS Stormwater Runoff Management and Green Infrastructure Enhancement Project.
I'll second it.
All right, a first and a second. Gabe, can you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we've got a first by Councilmember Grover and a second by Councilmember West. And we'll start with Mayor Ladwig.
Yes.
Grover. Columbus.
Yes.
And Davies.
Yes.
And Councilmember West.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. Now moving into the regularly scheduled discussion action agenda items. I want to lay down some ground rules for the rest of the evening and really for all of our meetings, but we do have some items here that have brought out quite a bit of public comment. We have close to 50 participants on the call. Managing a Zoom meeting has its benefits and it also has its drawbacks. So please observe keeping yourself on mute until the time is ready for speaking. Raising the hand is actually very useful because then it puts you in my view, moves you up to the upper left-hand corner of my screen. So please consider the raised hand. Please let us know when you're speaking your name and your address, or at least Trinidad City resident, water customer as it's pertinent. We value, as a council, we value all the comments for folks in our community. And it does inform us whether you are a Trinidad water resident or water customer rather for particular items. So please let us know your background. Please respect others. Remember that we are here to discuss the issue and keep your comments directed at the issue and not at other people, at other individuals. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, just to ensure that everybody has a chance to speak. And please also, with all sincerity, believe me and trust me that all 5 of us counselors have read every one of your comments that have been submitted. We take it seriously and we appreciate the time that you've taken to let us know your thoughts. With that in mind, if you wish to speak, just know that we've read it. So reading your comments, reading a 2-page email or letter is not as effective as giving us your personal thoughts without taking the whole time to read something that we have already read. So please understand that we want to have an inclusive conversation, but I will call people out if it gets disrespectful. I really take that to heart. So that is my preamble for going into our first item, discussion decision regarding revised government-to-government consultation policy with Native American tribes. I know that we have, through the comments that I've received, perhaps we have not met folks' expectations in the time to consider this, the revisions, the process. So I'm going to ask our city attorney, Mr. Gans, to start with a synopsis of where we are with the government-to-government policy that we are trying to discuss and pass this evening. So, Mr. Gans, I turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as the council recalls, matter has been placed on your agenda multiple times and the proposed policy reviewed multiple times. The relatively minor revisions following the last time this was on your council's agenda and having received direction from the council, those were incorporated, including not identifying any specific tribe in the recitals, being one of the directions received by the council, other than kind of the more generic inclusions that are currently in the policy. We've attempted to take the comments, and there were many comments, of course, from multiple parties, members of the public and various tribes also expressed interest, made points, requested revisions to the policy. We've attempted to incorporate those to the extent we could recommend that to the city without losing kind of the overall purpose and intent of the policy in the first instance, which again is a procedural policy. So what the principal objective was to set forth a procedure and mechanism by which the city will know how to respond to government-to-government consultation requests. And so it's procedural in nature. It's not taking any position on any specific issue. That's not the purpose or intent of the policy. It's simply to create a mechanism whereby city staff can consult the policy to facilitate actual consultations upon request. And also an important point is there is existing law in California as to what consultation must occur in certain events. The city doesn't want to expand upon what legal requirements may exist and by method of its own policy create some further procedural obligation for the city that may be difficult to comply with or create some ambiguity in terms of what the city's obligations are, self-imposed obligations. So it's attempting to be consistent with California law. I believe it is so, as proposed and recommended, and also trying to keep it as relatively streamlined as possible, which was the ultimate objective, at the outset. And again, to remind the council, one of the principal concerns that led to direction to create this policy was concerns by members of the public and tribes about the city conducting business in a non-transparent manner and potential violation of the Brown Act. So again, the purpose of the policy is to put a procedure in place to avoid those issues in the future and also put in place a protocol to create some expectation of confidentiality for tribes relative to culturally sensitive sites, et cetera, and a mechanism by which the city can consult on those issues in a confidential manner to protect the confidentiality of concerns that might be raised where cultural sensitive resources are potentially impacted. So again, all of the comments received, they've been considered, attempted to incorporate into the policy to the extent would recommend that. A lot of the specific kind of nuanced provisions requested by some of the various factions, again, don't believe those are appropriate to include in the policy. Again, this is not a position on any issue. It's just a procedural mechanism for the city to consult when consultation requests are received.
Any questions or clarifications for our city attorney from the council? All right, let's jump into public comment. Again, if you could, please raise your hand. That seems to be the best way. If you're calling, do your best to kind of pipe up when there's no one else talking. Looks like Mr. Kinney has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to commend the city attorney on doing an excellent job on the proposed language. It probably puts Trinidad on the cutting edge in the whole state of California as far as trying to reconcile conflicts between the Brown Act and obligations to consult with tribes under other statutes. So I really want to commend him for a good job on that.
Thank you, Bryce. Ms. Provolt, I see your hand is up. Still on mute.
Okay, thank you again. Good evening, Council. The Yurok Tribe, I'm now Sherry Provolt, Yurok Tribal Council member. I'm a resident of Trinidad, currently live in West Haven, and have been a lifelong member of Trinidad. But for this particular item, the Yurok Tribe has submitted 2 letters, one dated December 3rd, 2020, and one recently, again, August 10th, 2021. We know that this is a really important policy, and I appreciate the balance that the city is doing to have conversations with tribal governments and paying attention to the Brown Act and those considerations to meet the community needs, by the same time trying to meet the tribal needs. In both those letters, we've requested actually a government-to-government meeting to kind of talk about these items that were stated in the letter that we posed to the council. The government-to-government can be, however, 2 council members to 2 council members, so that we're not having that quorum, however you want to do. But that action has not taken place yet. And we feel like that's really important to have, to move forward, with this policy for the Yurok Tribe. And we'd really encourage that. I don't think it'll take long, but I think it is something that's been requested twice now, and we'd like to see that move forward. So thank you, and I hope you entertain that request.
Thank you for your comments. Other comments from the general public? Looks like Ms. Hosser-Carmison has her hand up. And you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. On behalf of Trinidad Rancheria Tribal Council, I would like to thank the City Council and Legal Counsel for their work on the consultation policy. While all of our comments were not accepted, some of them were. So we feel like there's an excellent effort here, and it's something the council can live with. So thank you very much for your efforts on this. And I think that it really does set the stage for increased coordination, communication, and collaboration in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments?
Idiots.
Sorry, who was that? Someone who has called in, I think your phone is not on mute, and so we do hear noise from time to time. If you could please mute. I think in Zoom world it's #6. I can't remember how to mute on a phone, but please be aware of that. Do we have other comments?
I just wanted to say, I think this was long overdue, and I think this is going to allow us to move ahead with at least something to refer to now, so that things don't get all haywire, because we're going to go kind of back to these meetings, I agree that they should be taking place on a regular basis so that everybody's up to date, that the two different entities stay up to date. So thanks for everybody who participated in the process.
And I'm going to address Ms. Provolt's comment. While I think it's challenging to have a government-to-government meeting before a policy is in place, to meet you where you're at with that interest, I believe that the city can adopt a policy even tonight with the intent of making sure that it's always working. So make it more of a living document, something that we can adapt as needed as we move along the process, as we get more and more experience using the policy to leave that adaptability. So that's my 2 cents. I'm going to bring it back to council because it seems that the public has at least initially made their comments. Richard, it looks like your hand is up.
Yeah, I think we've missed a lot of opportunities to meet with tribal governments, at least with my time here. And I don't want to see perfect get in the way of excellence. So even though this may be a document that's more generic in nature, it's a document that we can work on and move forward. But I just think we've lost a lot of time in trying to make things perhaps perfect when what we have is something very good to begin. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do see hands up. So I'll get back to that. So let me get back to the council. Any other thoughts, reactions from our councilors?
I just would like to be clear with what Sherry Provolt has just told us. Has this been a request on this Eli? It's been a request to us to postpone doing this until we can work on this part of it, or are we just hearing this today?
I will let Russ comment on this because Russ is the one who's actually been working on all the data that has received, the comments, the input from the various, from the UROCs, from the Rancheria, and also from the Churai. So I'll let him comment regarding that.
Yeah, briefly. So this process, again, very public process to create a policy. So what we've done is drafted the policy, placed it on the council's agenda, received numerous public comments. And as a result of those prior meetings, we're directed as city attorney to incorporate those comments and then redraft the policy. So when doing that, and then when circulating it, would try to recirculate the revised policy to those parties that have expressed interest or concern so they can track it, follow it, see what's developing. As to the Yurok tribe, it has requested, again, in its August 10 letter, apparently upon review of the revised policy, which again, it's not attempting to incorporate every requested potential change, but kind of an amalgamation of what we would recommend as a good procedural policy. Anyway, in their August 10 letter, they request an in-person or virtual discussion of the remaining issues raised in the August 10 letter. Also, the Shurai Ancestral Society has sent a letter requesting additional time to review it, noting that, and the questions that we answered, some specific questions that they had posed that the city manager directed me to answer, which we did, and then sent those to the Shurai Ancestral Society agent. Anyway, they requested additional time to review the policy because their attorney was unavailable to review the response or reply. So the two requests to continue this policy further are from the Yurok tribe and the Shurai Ancestral Society, the two requesting parties.
Thank you.
Let's hear from Ms. Provolt and then Ms. Akana, and then Ms. Hoster-Carmison, did you put your hand back up or is it still up from a previous comment? Okay. Ms. Provolt.
Yeah, thank you again. We did not send any written comments to the policy. So you did not get any written edits or comments from us because we requested, to meet with you in person to talk about a few things. Just off the top of my head, one of the concerns I had was when there is a project around cultural resources, that project would be met with your staff member, your planner, and your city manager. Whereas I think it's really important because the sensitivity of things, and I understand you want limited people to know this, but I think it is of value to city council people to understand the historical and cultural values and needs of this particular area. And so I think that city council members should actually be involved when we're talking about cultural resources. In the policy, when I read it, I didn't get that. It was just your city manager and your city planner, which is fine. Maybe one of them and maybe a council member. But I think to really understand the historical history and the story of the Yurok people and the village of Shurai, the council needs to hear these stories and understand why these cultural resources and places are of value. We have lots of creation stories, lots of different stories in significant places. And you're relying on your staff, which is really good. We all rely on our staff. But you as council have a responsibility to learn about the place that you reside, which is on Yurok Aboriginal territory. That was just one comment that I think that why we wanted to talk with you about the policy is that I think that it's a good place to start. There's no doubt about that. But I think that there is some room for a little bit of changes. And we did not, again, send in our comments to you in writing because we had hoped that the city would honor our request back in December 2020, which was their first letter to have a consultation about this. That did not happen. And again, another letter was sent for today for the packet. So, that's the Yurok Tribe's position, again, to request a meeting to go over our comments about these. I think they're really important for you to consider. And I appreciate the time and the patience to get this right. It's not going to be perfect, and it needs to have something to start with. But, I think it's important, since you're talking about Native tribes, that you actually meet with one of the Native tribes, the tribe that is, significant presence in the city of Trinidad area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Provost. Ms. Laus, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thanks. Well, as we all know, the Trinidad Rancheria is also a significant tribal presence in the Trinidad area. And I agree with what Jackie stated earlier, passing on our tribal council feelings about this. But my personal statement is to agree with a portion of what Sherry just said. It's good to meet government to government with staff, especially when you're working on a project. You do need to start with staff. I always describe that as little g to G with a lowercase g. Capital G or uppercase G to G is leadership to leadership. That's where you do need a council person or the mayor meeting with the tribal chairman or the tribal council. It's two different levels of the whole G to G process. So perhaps there needs to be a sentence in there where you call out the manager as the liaison. But when you're in formal G to G, that does have to be leadership to leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laus. Ms. Akana, I see your hand is up.
Hi, thank you. So the Cherokee Ancestral Society has wrote a letter quite a while ago outlining a lot of concerns. And I think that the Yurok tribe's tribal attorney took that a step further, but echoed much of the same concerns. And that's that this policy, while, you know, I understand the intention is to be somewhat generic, so that it's not calling out specific tribes or whatnot, there is still the legal question that I think that the Yurok tribal attorney does a great job in highlighting and in asking, and that is making sure that this government-to-government policy does not reinstill rights that were previously sold. So we're talking about cultural resources. And this isn't next to a Cherokee village. It's not next to Yurok Aboriginal territory. It's in the village of Cherokee, and it's in Yurok ancestral lands. And, you know, it's just the way that it is. There's not, you know, any malice attached to that. It's just the way that it is. And so, you know, when we do a government to government policy, I understand the eagerness of wanting to get this going again, but also please understand how we got here. You know, let's not forget why we started this conversation. And it was because of all of the conversations that were happening that the public wasn't aware about, right? Like there was a lot of things going on and everybody got upset because, you know, it was kind of like enough is enough. We need to honor the Brown Act, and we have to be included in a lot of these conversations that are happening that aren't just about cultural resources. And so that's fine if people want to meet with council and whatever, but I think that, you know, we have to slow down a bit and make sure that this policy doesn't instill rights that were sold and bring in tribes or rancherias that do not have a right to talk about Cherokee and Yurok tribal cultural resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Jackie, I see your hand is up again.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, on behalf of Trinidad Rancheria and Chairman Garth Sundberg, I take offense to the statement just made by Sarah Lindgren. Trinidad Rancheria is a federally recognized tribe with all rights, all federal rights that were never waived. The tribe became a tribe in 1917, has been a tribe for over 100 years. The Jesse Short case was litigated. The Jesse Short case did offer a settlement to various people of historic Yurok origin. However, those people did not sell out their rights. That is not the time or the place to bring this up with the city's consultation policy tonight. What the city is doing tonight is establishing their own consultation policy, which does cover the areas that it should legally cover. Whether or not the council chooses to delay this consultation policy, I support either way. However, it is not appropriate for folks to make comments that are disparaging about a federally recognized tribe. Thank you very much.
And I will remind folks that we are talking about the government to government policy that directs the city of Trinidad on the conditions under which we will be meeting with Native communities. So if we could, please keep the comments directed towards the policy. See, Ms. Provost, your hand is up again.
Thank you again. And, you know, I think we could go back and forth about this item about, you know, the rights of the Aboriginal territory of Trinidad, and I don't want to delay with that, but I do support, and like Sarah had said earlier, it's written clearly from our point of view that the Aboriginal territory is within the Yurok tribe, and Yurok people. If something occurred on the Rancheria, you would be consulting with Trinidad Rancheria. You would not be consulting necessarily with the Yurok tribe. That Rancheria is their designated federal lands, their trust lands, which they govern, and they write their policies and rules, etc. If something occurred, your project occurred on their reservation or their rancheria, you would have a government to government with them. The land that you are, the city limits and the city that you are on is unceded Yurok Aboriginal territory. The only tribe really that has the rights to be able to say what occurred, have the cultural resources and have the leadership conversation is the Yurok tribe. And that was in, again, the Yurok Settlement Act. And I know that this is going into a lot of different things, but this is what it comes down to. You as a city government need to understand the difference between Yurok Aboriginal territory and the rights of the Yurok tribe versus the Trinidad Rancheria's rights on their reservation. Sometimes they cross, a lot of times they will not. And I know that that's one of the reasons why Yurok tribe would like to meet with you so that we can continue to have a conversation about this and answer any questions that you may have. But again, I think it was stated clearly in the Shurai Ancestral Society's letter, and again, by the Yurok tribe. And to have you understand that is really important. Thank you.
Mr. Seward, I see that your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to respond to the comments from Ms. Provolt as well as Ms. Lingren, but in particular, Ms. Provolt. The Trinidad Rancheria, the Sherry Heights Indian community at the Trinidad Rancheria, is a tribe descended from the Yurok people. That's been recognized by Congress, and it's been recognized by state agencies. And I think it's also been recognized by the city of Trinidad in its general plan. There are a few tribes of Yurok descent. One of them is the Yurok tribe, which was formally organized pursuant to the Hupa Yurok Settlement Act, which was passed in 1988. And that act, by the way, does not touch at all upon the city of Trinidad or anything outside of the now Yurok reservation. That's when that act dealt with a dispute about the governance of the then Hupa reservation, and it was divided into two reservations, and one was made the Yurok reservation, and the Yurok tribe was formally organized pursuant to that to provisions within that act. The Trinidad Rancheria, as Jackie Haas-Carmison mentioned, is a federally recognized tribe, and pursuant to federal law, it has all the rights equal to every other federally recognized tribe, including the Yurok tribe. And that is not limited to the trust lands of the Trinidad Rancheria. It extends beyond that to other federal rights. And state rights are covered by state law. And state law does not distinguish here between this basis that's being raised by Ms. Provolt. The city has an obligation to consult with California Native American tribes, which are defined in the law. And the Trinidad Rancheria satisfies the definition as a federally recognized tribe. So we could debate, we can go into the details as much as the city council chooses to do at this point in time. But I want to emphasize that the Hupa Yurok Settlement Act does not address the city of Trinidad or the relationship between other tribes of Yurok descent and areas within the ancestral territory of the Yurok people. And that argument, that same argument that Ms. Humboldt made, was made to the state Fish and Game Commission, and it was rejected pursuant to a legal memorandum prepared by their attorney, state attorney. So I'd be glad to answer any additional questions regarding this. I don't know that this is pertinent to your consideration of the consultation policy, but I think I and other members of the representatives of the Trinidad Rancheria would be happy to respond. Thank you very much.
I see Russ has turned his microphone on, so I'm going to pass it over to Russ. And Sarah, I see that your hand is up. So let's hear from Russ here for clarification, I imagine.
Yeah, just briefly, Mr. Mayor and the council, and also to the agents of the Yurok tribe that are listening, participating. Don't want the Yurok tribe to have the impression that their comments weren't considered in the course of drafting and redrafting this policy. The initial letter, the December 3, 2020 letter, did have a number of very specific requests to incorporate in the policy, specific language requests. And although we didn't engage in an actual meeting about that, I did review that policy or that letter, the December 2020 letter, at length when preparing revisions to the policy, and sought to include those in the revised policy submitted to the council tonight, including a recital that the city recognizes it is located within the Aboriginal homeland of the Yurok people, and that significant tribal cultural resources are located within the city. So although it's not word for word as descriptive as some of the issues requested by the Yurok tribe, and another thing we didn't include is this creation of this 45-day notice protocol into the consultation policy, which isn't a requirement that exists by law. So we do not want to create some new 45-day notice procedure that, in my opinion, could, hinder or further complicate facilitating consultation by creating some new procedural requirement for the city. So we didn't incorporate that request, but some of the other requests from the Yurok tribe we did specifically include, including their requests as to a recital that documents related to culturally sensitive resources maintain confidentiality, and the city protect those under the California Public Records Act, for which there's an exemption. So we included a general recital along those lines as well. So I guess I agree it's not perfect. I don't know that it'll ever be perfect or satisfy every party that has an interest in this policy, but I don't want the Yurok tribe to think that we didn't read their letter or didn't try and incorporate some of their requested revisions in the policy.
Thank you, Russ. And I do want to bring this to the council. Sarah, I see your hand up, but I just want to make sure that we are talking about the policy, the government-to-government policy. While I appreciate the nuances and the very important points that have been brought tonight, we are here to try to give ourselves as a city government guidelines by which to operate in government-to-government consultation. And so I just want to make sure that that is what the council is considering. And I will open it up to you, Sarah, for another comment. And then I think I would like to get the council's reactions on this.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Ludwig. So to be clear, my comments are about the government-to-government process. And I'm not sure if that's confusing, but it has to do with talking to governments about cultural resources that they sold rights to. So it directly affects the government-to-government process. So I just wanted to clarify that, since it's been brought up a couple of times, specifically around me talking. So, but what I wanted to say is that I think that this conversation and the comments from the Trinidad Rancheria and from the Yurok tribe And the city, I think that it goes back to why we asked for our attorney to be able to be involved in this. A lot of the issues that we brought up and the questions that we brought up, we brought that up quite a while ago, and we didn't get a response until, really recently. And it was already after Paul was out of the office. So there was no way to get a hold of our attorney, let him know that this meeting was happening. And we do want our attorney to be able to review the response that the city had their attorney give us. You paid him to give us a response, and we would like to be able to have our attorney go over that. And we would appreciate if we had just a bit of time to do that. It would not take very long. Paul's back in the office on the 13th, and we can make sure that, we get this to him right away. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Bringing it back to the council for your input and your reaction to the discussion thus far.
I just wanted to point out, it seems like the thing that we are discussing now should alleviate some of the problems that were brought up, was my whole understanding of doing this. So I think some of the parts that where people, like I feel out of the loop still too in a lot. So I'm hoping that once we get the policy in place, that we can do some things. And from a personal perspective, I will listen to as many stories as people want to tell me about their culture, because I find it very fascinating and very helpful to what our next moves are as a city. And I definitely want to honor the time that people have been here and their ancestors have been here. So I'm always open to that if anybody wants to reach out to me and talk to me for as long as they want about that stuff.
Other councilors? Reactions, thoughts? Jack?
All right, I'll take a stab at this. I really, if it seems that we need to take another month to put this aside, I have no problem with waiting. I don't have a real rush to get this put together, but I do have one issue. This is what Sherry had said. It seems to me that we can update and change this policy as necessary. And it seems to me that we're going to have they want a government-to-government meeting before we have a government-to-government policy passed. So I wonder if we wouldn't want to pass this and then to have one of our first government-to-government meetings to meet with the Yurok tribe to begin looking at this a little more closely and see if we want to make some changes fairly soon. But for Sarah's concerns, if they need to have their attorney look at it and they can have it ready for the next meeting, I'm not that concerned with rushing this thing in if they need that time. And I'd like to know more about how we could have a meeting with the Yurok tribe before we have our policy in place. So I'll leave it at that.
Tom or Richard, thoughts, reactions? Richard?
Yeah, you could delay this a lot longer to try to get perfect. But if you get really good and it works and you get consultations underway, there's always the opportunity to fine tune it. And again, I don't want perfect to get in the way of excellent, and beginning with a consultation policy. So if there's ever the chance to move forward and get it done, it might be helpful. I don't have a problem having it delayed again, but you could keep going through this endless loop of trying to satisfy multiple different entities, and we may not reach that point. So having a more generic policy may be a better way to start. And then as the council gets a better understanding of issues and fine points, there'll be an opportunity to change it and refine it. Thank you.
Tom, do you have any thoughts?
Only that, as in reading through this, I've heard all of the different viewpoints, and I'm trying to understand all of them. I'm also reading the government-to-government policy here, and it doesn't preclude meeting with any tribe, and it also does not preclude meeting with multiple tribes at once. So that could be another avenue. I don't know how that would go over, but it doesn't preclude that. So I would like to make a motion to accept the tribal consultation policy that's before us tonight, with the recognition that it's a living document, and if it needs to be changed, it can be discussed and changed.
We have a first.
Second it.
When we have a second, any discussion from the council? All right, at this point, we have heard from the public, we have heard from the council. I'm going to ask Gabe to do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would it be, I think I got the gist of that motion, but
would you like me to repeat it?
yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
Yeah.
I move to accept the City of Trinidad tribal consultation policy, with the provision that the document is recognized as a living document and can be revised in the future.
Got it. Okay. Motion Davies, second Grover. We'll go ahead with the roll call vote. Mayor Ladwig,
I approve.
Councilmember Grover,
Yes.
Councilmember Columbus,
Yes.
Councilmember West,
Yes.
and Davies.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the discussion. I do want to definitely say it again, make sure it's in the public record. This is a living document, and protection of cultural resources is one of the hallmarks of this policy, along with transparency. So we will anxiously await your attorney, Sarah, to review upon his return, and at the soonest convenience, seek input. So we will pursue that, as well as now we have a policy to meet with the Yurok tribe, as requested also in this meeting, and of course the Rancheria as well. So thank you again for that discussion. We're going to move on to item number 2, discussion presentation regarding Water Advisory Committee reports. So at this point, I will turn it over to Richard, who is chairing the Water Advisory Committee. And Richard, it's your show.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to start with Ms. Kelly's report. I'm going to share my screen. If you're ready, let's make sure everybody can see it.
I am ready. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, so just tell me when to advance and I'll go to the next page.
All right, beautiful. So just so everybody knows, I'm just going to spend 2 or 3 minutes going through this, because I know I feel like I'm the opening act for the Rolling Stones, which is the feature discussion that Dwight's going to lead. But I do want to spend a little time on this because it's important. So first, I want to, in the front page, I just want to give credit to Ryan for taking this nice picture of our redwood water tanks. And I'm ready to go to the next page. And what I want to do on the next page is draw your attention to the municipal water storage system. Just in general terms, the system is about 50 years old. Its purpose was to balance demand variations. The storage is for balancing demand variations, like load balancing in essence, and also keeping adequate water pressure in the system. We have 2 redwood tanks, as I mentioned. One is older than the other, and interestingly, the older one is in the best shape. It's old growth redwood, and so Ryan was telling me that's in pretty good shape. The 2 combined store 285,000 gallons of water when they reach maximum storage level. And then depending on the weather and the water levels in the tank, with some redwood tanks, you can get leaks. Now, I spoke with Ryan, and evidently we are not having any leaks, so that's a really good thing. The tanks are inspected every 5 years. The metal bands on the tanks are tightened when they need to be. And for those of you who want to do a drive-by, I'm not sure you can see them actually, but I provided a map, and the water tanks are on the east side of West Haven Drive near Lark Lane. So it's important to note they're separate from where the water plant is, where the water processing goes on. So next page, I just wanted to give a brief background there. So when we talk about storage volume, there are really three key components. There's the working storage, which is what I mentioned, the load balancing, making sure we have enough water in the system to balance demand when people are taking showers before work in the morning or after work, coming home, making dinner, that kind of thing. There's also fire storage. So I've seen a number of questions about fire storage in social media over the last few days. The city of Trinidad uses a flow rate of 1,500 gallons per minute for 2 hours for planning purposes. And that flow rate equates to about 180,000 gallons of water. Now, the reason I mention that is because, as I said, the tanks hold about 285. Some of that's going to be used. The water levels may be lower, but that means that you've got at least a couple of hours of firefighting capability. So at some point, we should probably have the fire department tell us if they feel that's adequate and get their feedback on that. Emergency storage. So we have roughly 1 to 3 days of water supply. So if there were to be a line break, an emergency situation, we would have water that lasted between 1 and 3 days. So I took the liberty leveraging one of the earlier reports to build out a storage volume projection. And that projection is in this table below. And the caveat here is that I am not a water engineer, and I don't pretend to be one. But I think this is fairly valid and needs to be reviewed by city staff and engineering. And what this says is that essentially we need a certain amount of working storage, fire storage, and emergency storage, a total of about 412,000 gallons. So again, we got about 285, we need about 412. So the additional storage needed is roughly 127,000. I've suggested that we adjust about 15% for the next 20 years, even though in the last 20 years, we've been pretty flat, which is kind of good news in terms of our usage. And that would put us at about 150,000 gallons of additional storage. All right, I'm going to move on and then we'll have time for questions. So what are the issues and risks with the current system? Well, we've talked about in the past aging infrastructure. So I don't have good data on exactly how long a redwood tank lasts. So this is pretty anecdotal, but searching online and asking around and so forth, it appears that they can last up to 90 years. The general life expectancy is more like 30 to 50. And so again, we're nearing 50. They may last for another 40. We really don't know, but I don't know that we can take that chance because they're nearing the end of their service life. We talked about drought, that's a risk. We talked about storage capacity for fires. I think that's something we need to spend more time on. And then the tank's location relative to the water plant is interestingly a little bit of a problem because there have been reports of chlorine residuals dropping below state standards in that transition from the plant to the storage tanks. And I'll defer to Ryan on that if he's on the call because he may have some input in a moment. So what are the recommendations? So the WAC would recommend a new water tank. We had a discussion in WAC, and I pointed out that that originally in the GHD or the Winsler and Kelly report, they recommended a 500,000 gallon tank, one tank. Again, not an engineer, but it seems to me like it might be a good idea to have two tanks in case one goes down, you may need to bring up the other tank. So I suggest that we validate that and potentially apply for grants for two tanks, not one. And also, if we were to shift our water sourcing from Luffenholtz Creek to some other method, whether it's Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District or what have you, you would need to then reevaluate whether or not you need new water tanks. I think you still do, but that needs to be validated. I think we've talked in the past about developing an emergency contingency plan. One thought we had was leveraging Mill Creek for fire, because we've done that in the past a few decades ago. And then water conservation, which I think Councilman Klampus has already discussed. I would like to also encourage everyone, I know we're going to talk a lot about water. I would like to encourage everyone to consider keeping fresh drinking water storage on hand for not because of any drastic emergency, but just if the system were to go down for a few days and we did run out of water, you might want to have drinking water on hand, especially during the summer months. And then pursuing grant opportunities, obviously, as I mentioned, to support getting new water storage would make a lot of sense. I've included sources in the last page of the document, and almost all of this was lifted from these various reports. And I am happy to take questions. Hopefully that was pretty close to 3 minutes. Unless you want to hold questions to the, do you want to hold questions to the end, Mayor Ladwig, or?
I'm going to defer to Richard. I'm sure he has a master scheme of puppetry he's got ready for this sort of thing.
Sorry, Richard.
I think it might be better to take questions on each report, and
Okay.
some will be less than others. But this way, we can keep the author of the report handy to answer those questions. So, thank you.
Any questions then for Cheryl's nice presentation here? All right. As they come up, scribble them down. Let's move on to, I believe Richard is next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my topic was improving the system by fixing the leaks. And there's plenty of information which is available for multiple studies. So I'm just going to give you a synopsis of what I've learned. The city of Trinidad serves about 1,000 people. On average, we draw about 2 million gallons of raw surface water each month from Humboldt Creek. It's stored in 250,000 gallon redwood tanks. And to get to all the different customers that we have in the city, there's about 40,000 feet, over 7 miles of pipe. That pipe varies between 2 inches all the way to 10 inches. And what's interesting is that the pipe, for the most part, is made out of something called asbestos cement. It's been used for many, many years because it's inexpensive, a low coefficient of friction, and it simply works. However, as it gets older, especially toward 50 years old, and that's how old the system is, it gets brittle. If there's any movement of the earth, it tends to crack. And when it cracks, it leaks. One of my concerns in digging into this concept of fixing leaks was whether or not you have any asbestos fibers that might break loose when these pipes crack. And there's always the potential for that. Now, the EPA under the Safe Water Drinking Act set a limit of 7 million fibers per liter of water. So the EPA doesn't recommend the communities tear up the pipe, but it does recommend that you test it. And you have to test for asbestos every 9 years. And when I asked Ryan Desmond, our public director, our public works director, he very quickly was able to bring up a report from December 2019 that showed that there is none detected. So we can all rest comfortably that the water supply that we're drinking doesn't have asbestos in it, and the next test is not due until 2028. So the real issue here is that GHD did an analysis of the loss. This was done by looking at water pumped each month for a 7-year period, 2012, 2019. And what you find is that there are certain months of the year, July and August, when the city pumps more water. That may be related to visitors, may be related to vacations, but the city pumps more water some months than others. And the chart that I have there is monthly water pumped. So if you look at the average water we pump each month, it's about 2 million gallons. The city sells about 1.5 million, but about 500,000 gallons disappears, goes in the ground, is just gone. That's about a 26% loss. Some municipalities have only 15%, so it's a little bit higher. When you have more water pumped, if you pump 3 million gallons in a month, you lose 1 million, and it can be as high as 40% loss. And that loss of water is called non-revenue producing water. It means the city pays for it, processes it, ships it, and it just disappears. It just goes away. So GHD in this report in 2019 also did analysis. Where do you think the water's going? Someone pulling up a truck at night and taking it away? It's not. The water loss primarily is due to leaks in old pipes and connections. Again, 50-year-old system, it's beginning to show its age. So the solution is to replace the old pipe, detect the leaks, figure out what sections need replacement quicker, and you begin that process. So to follow up on that, I connected with Steve Allen, a GHD engineer. He's actually on the meeting tonight for another topic. Patrick Sullivan, GHD. And I had a very interesting conversation with Patrick Gaspari, the general manager of McKinleyville Community Services District. He was also a previous engineer. And we went through together, what's the process? Is this shovel ready? You can detect the leak on Tuesday and begin getting it fixed on Friday. Well, the answer is no. There's a whole process of testing leaks, developing planning, identifying options for the budget, get the repair scheduled, get your permits done, go ahead and bid it in construction. And what I learned was that the estimated time is about a year. So if the city next week said, let's fix the leaks, and began to put the process in play, it's not exactly shovel ready. It's not real long, but it would be about a year before the shovel gets the ground and leaks are repaired for that part. If there's an emergency leakage, certainly you can do it a lot faster. The other thing I learned, which is interesting, speaking to Patrick Gaspari, is that they completed a McKinleyville water rate study this past year, which included provisions for replacing some of the piping. So in other words, how do you pay for it? Part of it is the customer base. They pay into it each month for paying for water, and some of that has to be put into paying for improvements or fixing it. And what also was very interesting to me was, I asked him, what's the length of the project to do it? He says between 50 to 75 years. And it reminds me that when you paint a bridge and you get done painting the end of it, you turn around and go back and start on the other end again. So if the pipes last 50 years, you have a 50-year project to replace them, and then you start over again and you replace them again over a 50-year cycle. So after digesting all of this, and again, I'm not a water scientist, the way you do this as a process is that you identify the areas of greatest leakage of this asbestos concrete pipe, and you replace it with PVC, and that kind of eliminates the problem. In addition, what I've also learned from Public Works is that we need to have valves replaced, and we need more valves put in the system so that if you wanted to isolate a certain section of the piping, you don't have to isolate half the city. You can isolate one section. So more valves should be put in, again, to make the process smoother. The number 2 recommendation is that the water rate study that the city is going to have done in the near future incorporate provisions for helping to update and replace the aging and leaking concrete asbestos pipe. And finally, portions of the city's water reserve. There's $1 million put aside. It's created some issues, I understand, in applying for grants, because when you apply for a grant, they often want to know what money you have on hand. And if you have $1 million sitting for a water reserve fund, it's kind of like, well, how come you're not spending that? So there may be a small portion that you can use to get the process started to get these leaks fixed. But it's pretty straightforward. Cheryl Kelly's report really goes back to 2008, where the city paid for the study but never acted on the results. And this goes back to 2019, where the city paid for a study and never acted on the results. So there's in my mind, a lot of deferred maintenance that the city, as a city, needs to address. Now, certainly you can't accomplish everything overnight, but all these projects take time. They take years. Could be a decade, could be 50 years to get the pipes all replaced, but you got to start at some point. So my recommendation is at the end of this that I'd like to make a motion that the city manager communicate with the city planner and begin to map out a process of not only increasing water storage with new tanks, but also fixing the leaks. And they can begin that process and then report back to the council. So that's my report on fixing leaks. Maybe it might be best if I answer any questions And Mr. Mayor, if you could help moderate that, because I can't see everybody when I'm sharing a screen. If there's any questions about fixing the leaks or asbestos concrete piping, I'd be happy to, in my own way, to answer questions if I know the answers to them.
And just so you know, Richard, you're sharing a screen on my screen too, so we only see 5 people. So, but the raised hand, like I said, when you raise the hand using the Zoom feature, it puts you right front and center. So, do we have any questions for Richard on his presentation? I do want to remind folks that we have, I think it was 20, maybe 25,000 in fiscal year 21-22 to buy new valves, to increase the number of valves. So Public Works, one of the things you mentioned, Richard, is in motion. So that's great. I just want to make sure that Ryan is already looking at where to put those valves. Any questions for Richard about his presentation? All right, seeing none, I'm going to turn it over. I believe Mr. Miller is next.
So I'm going to share a screen here for just a minute again.
Yep.
Make sure it works.
Thank you, Richard. And
how are we doing? You see it?
Looking fine. Thank you. Okay. And I'd like to commend the volunteer water advisory committee members, Cheryl and Richard, and the other 3 who also have been participating strongly. But these reports really remind us that volunteers in this town can do an awful lot. In fact, can tire out pretty easily with the kind of research they've done. It's amazing research, and thank you. When I volunteered for the committee, I was motivated by issues of climate change. And I'm concerned about something that the Cheryl's report and Richard's report don't really address, because both of those depend upon the source of our water, the sole source of our water being Loofenholz Creek. If Loofenholz Creek is flowing, which it has during its lifetime of use, then the water can go through the various pipes and we can repair the leaks. It'll be a better water distribution system. It'll go to the storage tanks, and a better storage will provide us a little bit more time in case of a fire. In case of something happens, we have a couple of days of household use. But if the Loofenholz Creek goes dry, more storage tanks aren't going to help us more than a day or 2. And fixing the leaks won't help us because there's nothing going through the pipes. So even though we must, as a city, act on the 2 previous recommendations, they both assume that Loofenholz Creek is running. And as in conversations with a number of people in town, there have been assurances made by people who know the water system very well that there's a real good chance that Loofenholz Creek will keep running. But there's a problem that I've been looking for since I retired in 2009. One of my major focuses is what are the scientific reports on climate change? And the climate change assessments suggest that Loofenholz Creek could go dry. So my report is basically about looking for alternative water sources. Next slide. Climate change in California. Well, it was in our face last week in Greenville. This is the Dixie Fire, which is now the biggest fire in area that we've had in California. And in the last 6 of California's 7 largest wildfires have just been in the past year. That's different. I'd like to hang that on your minds for just a minute. That's different. Twice in the last century, fires have burned to the edge of Trinidad. And in one of those fires, the city's 2 redwood water storage tanks were destroyed. So the fires could come to Trinidad, and there's a much higher likelihood of them coming to Trinidad now than 10 years ago or 20 years ago or 50 years ago. It's different now, folks. Next slide. Our water source, many residents want our committee to focus on getting more from our current water source, Loofenholz Creek. And I think that's a good idea. Fix the leaks, build some better tanks. And Supervisor Madrone has had plans for water resiliency, which include getting more water in a smarter way from Loofenholz. And I have supported that for many years while I was on the city council. I've entertained very positively his many suggestions, and I feel very positive toward his suggestions. But about the issue of Loofenholz goes dry, which I use the word dry by a certain definition. It means that state requires us to spill a certain amount of water for rights of users and fish below our water intake. So at a certain level of water flow, when Liffey Notes gets low enough, we may not draw anymore. So for our purposes, Liffey Notes is dry, and that's what I'm using when I use the word dry. What happens if it goes dry? There are folks who believe, and very well regarded hydrologists who believe, because it has not gone dry in the past 50 years and has managed to limp by during the dry months, it is not likely to go dry. So that we as a city can basically bank on the fact that we will have Liffey Notes to service us. And that could be a problem because climate change researchers are saying things are changing much faster than the assumptions of the last 50 years allow us to predict. In other words, I heard one commentator on an NPR report say, most of the recommendations or projections from historical data are now being thrown out the window. Things are changing so fast. And this is a prominent climate scientist from Pennsylvania. Next slide. What is the risk estimate by world-class scientists that stream flows throughout Northern California will be much less soon? And much less means getting close to or below what we can draw from Liffey Notes Creek. In other words, Liffey Notes Creek goes dry. Next slide. The California Energy Commission in 2018 had a climate change assessment report, a very extensive report. And in there, this is actually projections from 2006 to 2100, all the way to the end of this century. Fewer wet days, okay? Wetter winters. And at first glance, we think, oh, that's cool. We're going to have water. But we're going to have drier springs and autumns. An increase in dry years, as well as the amount of maximum precipitation in a single day. That's the kind of thing you saw in Germany in a couple of days. For 1,000 years, folks in the middle of Germany had the same kind of water flow throughout their streams. And in 2 days, 120 people or something like that lost their lives. Total different from historical projections. Now, the moisture deficit, which means the amount of water in the soil, is projected to increase over much of the state, particularly Northern California, while the top-level soil moisture is projected to decrease. Deficit to increase means less moisture. Top-level soil moisture is projected to decrease. There's less water in the soil that's going to percolate down into the creeks. And another important statement by this research was that stream flows are going to shift to earlier in the year. Now, that's kind of important to focus on because the most important stream flow that we need to have is from August through November. For all the 50 years of observed data that local people have been observing Liffey Notes Creek, it's been dry. It hasn't been dry totally, but it's gone very, very low. And if you go back and look at Richard's report earlier in the meeting, all during the dry months, Liffey Notes is just barely skimping along. It's above by about threefold the minimum requirement. In other words, it's sitting at about 1 cubic foot per second, and it goes dry at 0.3 cubic feet per second. We have to spill 0.3. So we still have 0.6 of a cubic foot per second. It just sort of limps along. But if we have stream flows shifting to earlier in the year, that one is going to get dangerously low. And what I'm asking our city councilors and people of our community is to ask, what is the risk for us if we do drop below that? I don't think that we can depend on 50 years of projected data when the climatologists are saying that data is not much good because of the changes in climate. So we have to go on to the next slide and see what the implications are. What is the city plan if Liffey Notes does go dry? We don't have one. There's been a lot of talk, but I want the people of Trinidad and other listeners to recognize that this town has a rather unique situation. For about 100 years, there were volunteer city councilors who ran the whole city. There was no city manager. And for example, when I got here in 2006, I was encouraged to get on the council. I didn't really want to, but the mayor at the time said, you really got to do your duty. So I got on and they said, okay, you're the finance officer. I said, well, I was a math teacher. I never had any accounting. They said, too bad. You're the finance officer. Nobody else wants it. So I had to be responsible for all the city finances. Well, luckily, the city decided within a couple of years to hire a city manager. And that has helped us tremendously. But I want to remind you that all of us serving on the council, and I served for 10 years, and all of the people who've been talking tonight are volunteers with good hearts and good intentions, totally. But it's very difficult with this level of city services, one city manager, one clerk, and 5 volunteer councilors to really put together the long-range planning. We have a planner, we have engineers, but getting everything to put together makes it difficult. And as we've seen from historical observations and comments tonight, the city council has not really developed a plan. And I don't think it's specifically because of the intentions of the councilors. It's just that it's very difficult in a city this size to generate the amount of energy necessary to make it happen. But we don't have a plan if Liffey Knolls goes dry. Next slide. I'm focusing on the need for more water because the current supply of water could go dry, and I want everybody to recognize that possibility. There's 2 proposed ideas for more water. One is to develop some storage uphill for Liffey Knolls Creek, and that's not a bad idea because ultimately, like everywhere else in California, if you're going to have water in the dry season, you need to have some significant storage. We don't have storage. We depend on the creek running during the dry season, and it just barely has. But if we build some uphill storage, whether it's a reservoir or a catchment basin, which kind of leaks down gradually, enough to leak down during the dry months, we'd probably have water. And there's a lot of people enthusiastic about that plan. And for a number of years, I personally have been enthusiastic about that plan. Another possibility is a pipeline with clean water, already treated, from next door in McKinleyville. It's a moderately expensive pipeline, but there's some advantages to that because, first of all, and this is part of the reason we're having this discussion tonight and not next month and the month after that, is because in 2 days, the Humboldt Bay Water Board is going to have a decision to sign a contract with the Trinidad Rancheria for them to pay for the pipe to bring to their facility. Back in January or so, the Humboldt Bay Water Board said, would Trinidad like to partner and share the cost for this pipe? At that time, the council decided no. And let me pose a comment. The agenda item for both the January and February meeting, it was extended because there was some confusion at the January meeting. The agenda item was, should the city study and get data about this pipeline? Not decide to partner at that time, just to study and get data. There was a lot of opposition to this because of concerns about development. If water comes across the Little River, there'll be greater development, primarily in West Haven. So the decision was made to the council to not get data about the pipeline. Now, 6 months later, the Rancheria has gone ahead and gotten some data, and they're prepared to sign a contract by themselves with the Humboldt Bay pipeline system. And the city has a very narrow opportunity to maybe reconsider. Is this a possibility that we want to look at? And that's basically what this report is about tonight. What narrow window, what could we do during this time? Now, I might just note, because there are a number of people watching right now, and many good friends of mine, people I consider friends, at least until recently. I consider them friends totally, but that had some comments saying, I'm not sure they can trust me because I'm thinking about building the pipeline and that's going to bring more development. Well, I'd like you to focus on something. If the city decides it needs more water, because Liffey Knolls Creek might go dry, the water could come from either of the 2 plans on screen right now. Either plan is going to be more water. The city of Trinidad will control either the water from Liffey Knolls that's coming down from a reservoir or water from a pipe. The city of Trinidad will control both and decide with its wisdom how to share water with West Haven or not. So the concern about don't have more water is basically appealing to the plan for trusting Leffenholtz. If you don't want more water, trust that Leffenholtz will never run dry. But if you want to cover for the possibility, if you want to have an insurance policy for water, you need to look for more water, and either one of them will have more water. Simple. Okay, the city of Trinidad will control who it wants to release that water to, whether it comes from Leffenholtz or the water pipeline. Okay, next slide. Now, what do we know so far? The city has commissioned no recent studies, about the Leffenholtz water storage concept, which is uphill. There's been no studies whatsoever and has no data about the design, the cost, or whether this can really succeed for the Leffenholtz storage plan that's uphill Leffenholtz. I've been a fan of this plan, but I've been a little bit nervous because we've depended on information provided by people who've been concerned, who've thought about this plan and have given us some numbers about it could do this and it could do that. The city has never commissioned engineering studies to evaluate what could happen. How long would it take to get this? How much would it cost? The city has good data from two prior water studies, 2003 and 2008, which estimated what it would cost if we paid for this pipeline by ourselves. Okay? If we extrapolate from those studies to now, we could get a pretty good idea over a short period of time what it would cost us. A lot more quicker access to the information than we have about the Leffenholtz uphill storage concept. So, and basically this is why I volunteered on the water committee to explore the Humboldt Bay water pipeline, even though the city had said, we don't want data about it. I say, maybe we ought to get some data because Leffenholtz could go dry. So next slide. It's a little bit hard to read the fine print, but basically this is what I'm reporting out as part of one of two major pieces of my report today. That it seems we have these water policy choices to get more water. Well, actually, number one is to stick with Leffenholtz now. This is basically no more water, just to fix the leaks, build a storage tank or two. The problem with this, over on the right-hand side, if you read kind of carefully, is that it's an unacceptable fire and safety risk for this small city. It is reasonably likely that our insurance rates are going to go up as the insurance companies figure out that that's our only source of water. Fire insurance can be expensive. And there recently, you may have paid attention to a couple of news reports. A friend of mine from Sweden who follows the Guardian, which is a international newspaper out of England, he sent me a report. He said, "What about this, Dwight?" And it was a report in the Guardian, formerly the Manchester Guardian from England, reporting on the town of Mendocino. The same thing had been reported a couple of days ago in the Santa Rosa paper. Mendocino has basically gone dry. And that town of 1,000 people is having to truck in water, very, very expensive water, and several private businesses are going out of business. And people are going without showers for a week or two. I mean, it is a really dire situation. They're on wells. They don't have a creek like we do. But the same Northern California dryness that is affecting Mendocino is beginning to affect Humboldt. And if anybody's looked at some charts that Richard had in his water reports earlier, the most recent indications from the California Drought Report are that Trinidad itself is in the most severe drought situation. Trinidad and uphill and east. We're in the red zone. It was interesting that the only nearby area that was in the next lower level of drought was the area served by Humboldt Bay Water Company, because the reservoir that serves all of those areas, which is Arcata and Eureka, and potentially, and McKinneyville, and potentially the Rancheria in a decision by the Humboldt Bay Water Board in 2 days, and possibly Trinidad, if we so choose to pursue that route. And this is my arguments tonight. It has nothing to do with the decision of the council. This is just to recommend that we get some data about that pipeline. That pipeline serves an area is basically drawing from a reservoir, which is one of the only reservoirs in all of California that still has water. Nearly all of the reservoirs in California are at 50% or less, 30%, many of them. Ruth Lake, which serves the Humboldt Bay Water District, has 89% by its most recent observations. So because of the huge area drawn by the Mad River, which comes out of Ruth Lake, and from which the Humboldt Bay District gets their water, that area is going to be probably the last to go in our Northern California area in terms of not having water in a future drought. If we want to preserve our options, perhaps we ought not to bet too much on uphill Luffenholz, which is in the extreme drought area, and place our bets where there's more water. Okay, the other thing I want to point out here, option 2 in this is basically, in the next 3 weeks, we could look at signing on to a pipeline project with the Rancheria. I make no comments for or against the other politics that are going on locally with the Rancheria and hotel and other kinds of things. It's got nothing to do with that. They will likely, one means or another, bring water across because we told them in the last couple of years we didn't have water to supply them. They're currently Trinidad Water customers, but when they said, can you give us more? We said, our dry season has a very limited supply and we can't give you any more. So they said, okay, let's go talk to Humboldt Bay. Humboldt Bay says, let's get negotiations. And for 6 months, collected data, and the Rancheria is prepared to sign a contract on Thursday night, 2 nights from now. Or we could, I'll explain the options in just a minute. There's some other options. And number 2 says, basically, we reinvigorate the thoughts about Humboldt Bay water through a pipeline, and we'd have 3 weeks to try to figure out, get some data on it. Now, in the cost and time to completion, those are the key variables as we think about more water. The main thing in option 2 is that pipeline costs would be shared with the Rancheria, and other costs are unknown. I want to pause right there. Why are other costs unknown? The city council chose to say, we don't want to investigate those costs. Okay? In time to implement, there's been written estimates by Humboldt Bay Water Board that it's 3 to 7 years to complete. There's some other people who've said, no, it's at least 10. But we won't know unless we ask for engineering estimates. All the arguments that are floating around about it'll be too costly, too much time. Of course, the opponents will say that. And the people who support other things, everybody's got their own arguments, but it's worthless until the city council says, we want data. And the Trinidad and the Water Advisory Committee was organized, said, we want 5 volunteers who would advise the council on what to do. And the first thing all 5 of us said, we supported the notion of the council needs some data. So the third option on this particular chart is what I've described as the uphill Luffenholz plan. That's sometime in the future. When I say, and Richard, thank you for highlighting here, I'm going to go back for just a second. I labeled the second one Humboldt Bay now because, in effect, in the next 3 weeks, we need to get data and decide real soon. Okay? If we decide we don't want to pursue option 2 and we decide for option 3, the city council could, in its wisdom, start an agenda item in September and saying, we'd better get data on the Luffenholz plan as fast as possible. But it's still going to be a future thing. Now, if you'll note in the columns on costs and time to implement, they're really unknown. There's been a lot of talk about it by people who are well acquainted with the Luffenholz Creek area, but until we have good engineering studies, we cannot say that the city council accepts professional judgments on this stuff. Now, in the right-hand side on risks and consequences, implementing this water supply may not provide sufficient water if climate change changes even worse and the flow rate from uphill gets less. Remember I talked about that map that had red for Trinidad and to the east? You know, the Humboldt Bay water area is served by this 89% full reservoir. Now, the other thing is that there's a large number of problems. I'm reading it, the fine print here. The county land development is people who said, well, gosh, well, okay, I'll let you. This is a topic that I'm not going to spend too much time, but the main reason on this is people have been concerned locally, primarily West Haven folks, is that extra water from Humboldt Bay will be somehow diverted to West Haven and encourage development, particularly if a future city council gets some developers in the majority, okay? But I would suggest that the same concern about Trinidad City Council applies to water coming from Love Falls Creek. If we got more water, they're going to have the same decisions. So the little bullet point here about county land development is not controlled strictly by the city of Trinidad, but it's limited by septic system. In other words, the concerns about too much water, you can only have so much water, otherwise you overload the septic system on a certain area. We don't have sewer systems here. So both Trinidad and West Haven are septic. There's limitations there. Finally, a number of people have said, let's not even decide on Humboldt, but now let's have it in the future. And I want to note very carefully the cost column in the center here. The city of Trinidad, in conversation with the manager of Humboldt Bay System, he talked with both Richard and me a couple of weeks ago, and he said, it is likely that the city of Trinidad would need to repay the Rancheria for a share of the pipeline. Right now, in a contract proposed for Thursday night, the Rancheria would be paying the costs for getting that pipeline across. That's apparently the way the Humboldt Bay Water does it. They don't spend the money up front. If somebody else wants it, that other entity needs to find the money and build a pipe. And at the end of the time, the pipe is transferred in ownership to Humboldt Bay, who will then be the owner of it and will contract to maintain it in the future. But the key point is the Rancheria will have some significant costs bringing it across. And at the time that sometime in the future that Trinidad wants to hook into whatever they've got, first thing is we can't count on them paying all the costs and we just hook in. The management of Humboldt Bay said, Trinidad will need to repay a portion of those costs. And there's other costs in here which are strictly unknown. So the other, and the time to implement is unknown also. Okay, but clearly it's going to be more than now, more than the option 2. And the other thing is that there's a lot of conversation going back, I think on Next Door Trinidad and others, about we'll need this side pipe and then we'll get this much water and so on. In conversations I had with the management of Humboldt Bay, they said the main thing that's determining pipe size, and they weren't speaking as hydrologists, but they were speaking as an experience they've had in talking with their engineers, is fire code. And fire code requires at least a 6-inch pipe. It's going to be a 6-inch pipe to the Rancheria. And if we want it, it's going to be a 6-inch pipe to us. But there may not be enough water for us to tap onto if the pipe that goes across is just 6 inches for the Rancheria. In other words, if in the future, and I was told this very clearly, Trinidad wants to say, let's hook into the pipe that's already been brought across by the Rancheria, the engineers would have to determine whether there was enough water spec'd out originally. If we were at this time to study the possibility of going into a partnership with the Rancheria, then the engineers, and our water engineers, not Humboldt Bay's, our water engineers would say, okay, it's going to take this size of pipe to meet fire code. It's going to make this size of pipe to get enough water across and uphill because there's pressure issues. There's other issues about how fast the water flows when it's in, or what the friction is in the pipe when it's small pipes and big pipes. There's a lot of very complicated things that I read about and made me realize that calculating the size of a pipe on a project of this sort is not easy. It's done with a lot of engineering work, which we have not chosen to follow on. We ought to find out just what size pipe we would be needing and when, because we might need to build a whole nother pipe across the river. Next slide.
And Dwight, if I could just sort of give you a little time call here, and just a lot of the stuff that you're talking about is really good information, and it's for the next agenda item. So if we could kind of think about that, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve. And the reason that I basically chose to do this is because I was informed, well, I chose this back in our first meeting in July, but when I went out and started my first conversation with the staff at Humboldt Bay, and by the way, documentations of my emails and conversations are in the full packet. This is a verbal presentation, so you can read about the dates and times and things that we talked about. But the key thing that I was told is that basically the train is leaving the station. If we want to share the cost of the pipeline, we're going to have to act very quickly, as in tonight. Not to participate in the pipeline, but basically, let me go to August 10th. The council has an agenda item coming up, and we would need to vote to basically, we would express an interest in, we need to have a majority of the council saying, we'd like to consider, not to absolutely decide that we'll do it, but to consider participating in a shared pipeline. And then we'd need to vote to approve our engineers to review this for about 3 weeks, which is a very short period of time. And we would get limited engineering data, but more than we have now. So then we go to 2 nights from now. If the council answers yes, our Trinidad representatives would be on a Zoom call for the board meeting of the Humboldt Bay, and our representative would say, a council voted on August 10th, and we'd like you to defer the decision with the Rancheria for a month until your September meeting. Okay? And then the board will decide whether they want to do that or not. They might look at us and say, I don't know, there's not enough time, so they go ahead and decide on the pipeline, and that would be it. But we'd like to, tonight, have agenda item coming up after this, which would decide whether we want to preserve an option. So from the time period of August 13th to September 1st, we need to commission our engineers and our planners, and we'd probably have to discuss with the Rancheria and the Humboldt Bay, because they have a lot of data. Some of the stuff, 3 or 4 of the items were provided at the last minute, just before I put my report to press. Mr. Friedenbach said, this is some of the preliminary stuff that we have done, and there's more that if you decide to move ahead, we'd like to share with you so you get as clear an idea possible, so that the council could, at a September 2nd meeting, now this would be a special meeting, because September is a quirky month in which, even though we normally meet on the second Tuesday, and the Humboldt Bay meets on the second Thursday, their September 7th, second Thursday, September 2nd is our first Tuesday. Our second Tuesday would be September 9th after theirs. So we need to have a meeting before their September 7th meeting. And we need to say, okay, let's look at the data and decide whether we want to join. That needs to be an agenda item in September. I am not at this moment expressing any opinion whatsoever about whether we ought to join or not join, because I, like everybody on this video call, doesn't know what it's going to cost. We don't know how long it's going to take to implement. Now, we could, with a decision on the agenda item coming up, ask our engineers to speculate a little bit about what the cost might be for the uphill Luffenhouse plan, so we'd have something to compare. That would be a good idea, because a lot of people want to consider that. But we've got 3 weeks to decide whether we're going to go for a relatively inexpensive approach to a pipeline or not. And on September 9th, the Humboldt Bay will either decide to go with the Rancheria as planned or with a partnership. So there's the timeline. Okay, that's what my report is basically giving you and what I found out in my part of the Water Committee. Now, there's some concluding remarks that I'd like to make, if I can find my other notes on it. But fundamentally, and I'll just say this, the climate change itself is what has driven me, and I think there's not enough people quite recognize that. Just yesterday, the International Commission commissioned by the UN, which makes every 4-year report, came out with the most dire report yet about how it's affecting our lives. And most people say, I understand that and I agree with that, but they don't change their daily habits. And our policymakers are not doing much to change the projections. They're relying on their friends and neighbors to say, it's okay, the stream is going to flow. So I'm concerned about that. And I would just urge you to be thinking about the implications of this very short timeline that we have to maintain the option for this Humboldt Bay pipeline project. And I'd like to thank at this time several people who really helped in this, Richard and Cheryl significantly, and Paula Levine and Anita Thompson, who did a lot of research to help me with this. So thanks a lot, and I appreciate everybody listening.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Questions for Dwight on the third topic covered tonight. Go ahead, Bryce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question, Dwight. I believe you mentioned in your report that at some point the 2 redwood storage tanks for the city burned down in a fire. I'd never heard anything about that before. Can you tell me where and when that happened?
I actually picked that up from something that Richard had found. And can I toss it off to Richard? Do you recall? Because I was moving fast.
Yeah, maybe I could ask Gabe to follow up. Gabe, can you comment, please?
Gabe is on.
I'm here. Sorry, I do not have information on that.
Okay, and
I think
Bryce,
that's what you call an urban legend.
Okay, Bryce. I have to say, with a very short period of time, I put together as much information I could, and we all recognize there are urban legends of all kinds, including how much development is going to come if we release water. So, in that regard, I stand guilty for not having fully researched and fully documented every claim that's made. But it might be interesting if anybody out there is familiar with this, or even I'd like everybody to speculate. You saw the pictures of Greenville, California just last week. Everybody's seen pictures of Paradise a couple of years ago. We have at least 2 couples who are now residents of Trinidad who fled that fire. And when fire goes through a forest, a wildfire, it doesn't respect anything in the town. Now, whether or not the redwood tanks in fact burned or didn't burn doesn't protect us from the huge increased danger of fire. So,
Dwight, I'm not asking for a lot of argument here.
I'm just saying I stand guilty of not having documented that comment.
All right, thank you.
If I can jump in for 1 second, I do, in the Planning Commission, Trevor Parker did state that 2 redwood tanks had burned, but they weren't in Trinidad. So that may be where the confusion lies. I can find out from Trevor where it was. It may have been Paradise, but I was surprised also. I believe she said that some of the steel tanks burned as well. So just to put that in context.
Okay. I see a hand up from Mr. Henkin. You're good?
You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate this. I wanted to respond to one of the things that Dwight said. Like, one of the things that I'm very concerned about what's going on right now is this extremely rash fear and panic rush to judgment, right? And one of the things that Dwight suggested, which related to considering the Humboldt Bay opportunity later in the future, for example, perhaps if other things do not work, he said that you might have to build an entirely extra line. And I think, we have John Friedenbach on the line right now with us as well, but I believe that's quite seriously wrong. And the reason I believe it's wrong is that at page 107 of the agenda packet for the upcoming August 12th, I guess 2 days from now, meeting of the Humboldt Bay Water District, all right? There are preliminary calculations of the sizes of lines, booster pumps at Moonstone Beach, blah, 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 and the amount of water that they could deliver per day. And it says for a 6-inch line, which is the minimum for fire flow, it's 375 gallons per minute. And my calculations give 540,000 gallons per day. That dwarfs the current total use by the city of Trinidad, by the West Haven Community Services District, and by the proposed Rancheria's use in the future based on their development plans. That's on the order of 150,000 gallons. So I think it is crazy to imagine that there would be a second line required to be built up here. And perhaps John Friedenbach could respond to that, because I believe that's correct, or otherwise none of this is making good sense to me at this point.
Okay, this was suggested to me in conversations, and also Mr. Friedenbach is not a water engineer, but he said that this would need to be evaluated by our engineers. But Mr. Friedenbach, do you have anything to follow up on that? Are you in a position to at this time?
And if I could just jump in real quick, gentlemen, I'm wondering if we don't back up just a half a step, see if anybody has any questions from the committee's report on storage, on leaks, and then we'll move into, because we're going to get, it's real gray now. And I don't want to go down this road, and I certainly don't want to go down it twice if we don't have to. So let me back it up a step. Does anybody have any questions for the Water Advisory Committee, the hard work done by the Water Advisory Committee, regarding Cheryl's presentation on storage, my bad, and Richard's presentation on leaks? Mr. Kenny.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. More comments than questions, but I guess I think both of our current tanks are redwood tanks, and I know that old growth redwood is much more durable and long lasting than second growth. And so I don't know I think I remember that one of our tanks is old growth, one is second growth. Is that right?
That is correct. That is correct.
Yeah. So I guess my observation would be that since the specific issue on the committee was how to increase Trinidad's water storage, it might be appropriate first to take steps to get a third 150-gallon tank in the short term, and then maybe wait and see how long certainly our old growth tank holds out. And we could, at some time in the future, when it becomes obvious that we do have to replace those, we could go ahead and do that. Just some food for thought. So that's all I have right now.
Okay. Other comments, questions from the community? I see your hand up, Dwight. I'm going to go with the community first and then see what we got going on. P. Monahan, I'm sorry, I don't know anything more than that.
Hello. So I don't know if you can hear my microphone right now. Is it working? My name's Pete Monahan. I am a resident here in West Haven now, former renter in Trinidad. I just thought I would weigh in mostly on the infrastructure presentation from Mr. Klompus and addressing leaks. That's something I'm not speaking in my capacity as somebody who does water treatment for state parks and others, which I do, just as an observation. We made some repairs years back to our pipelines. We saved probably on the order, we went from about 50 gallons a minute requirement out of the creek just to keep up with demand in the peaks to about 31 just by replacing, engineered by GHD also, formerly at SHN. But just that, to me, that's the answer. I realize, just as an opinion, address the loss before we're even looking for new sources. Just my 2 cents, but I think capacity and not pumping treated water into the dirt is probably gonna, that's a start. And I just thought I would weigh in on my, I'm impressed that that's being looked at it's just going to yield real results to address those leaks.
Thank you, Pete.
It's dramatic. All right.
Dwight and then Richard.
Okay, thank you. I highly support fixing leaks and building additional tanks. I'm a strong proponent of that. But as I tried to emphasize in my report, there's something that almost everybody on screen, I would say probably everybody, really cannot get our heads around. And that is the fact that climate change is changing our predictions about stream flow faster than our native projections. And our discussion about whether the water tank burns or doesn't is really moot if the stream goes dry, and it has a pretty high risk of going dry with modern climate change projections. Then it will fill an unburned water tank. The unburned water tank was used for 3 or 4 hours to fight fires, and there's no more water in it, and there's no more stream to fill the tank, even if this tank holds. Okay? So I'm sorry if for some people the tanks in historical tanks, Trinidad burning or not, if that was a false statement about Trinidad, I'm certainly willing to take that back. That's not the point. the tanks are not going to be any good if the stream doesn't fill them. That our water taps are not going to have any water then. We don't have storage. And fixing leaks is a wonderful idea as long as the stream is flowing. But
I'm gonna step in real quick, and also I want to remind everybody that that we still have 4 or 5 different topics that the Water Advisory Committee has agreed to investigate. And so I really want to discourage us from defending a position. We have a lot more information to include. So I'm going to try to limit the back and forth, as we just want to make sure that we're clear that the Water Advisory Committee feels that they have told the community as much as they could with the research they've done, and then if we need to get at some more research. So I did see Ms. Provost, your hand was up, but maybe it came back down. I'm not sure.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate all the work, Dwight. That was quite a report, and I did be able to read most of it. And I think what stood out to me alarmingly was the leaks. 40%, with our old pipes. I mean, that is significant loss of water. And so I just want to ask the city if they're prepared to have a shovel-ready project. All of the work that you guys are doing, the Water Advisory, Board and the City Council here, you have a shovel-ready project for the upcoming infrastructure bill that just recently passed by President Biden. It's all about water. It's all about roads. It's all about infrastructure. And this is critical. You have old pipes. And I really think that you need to, if you don't already have somebody looking at those grants that are available to you, you need to do so, because those grants could help prepare you to have new piping in your system, which we know will cost a lot of money. But that was my comment. That stood out to me, Dwight, is the amount of water loss, which is significant. And without that, those 4 months of the year, you're talking about 4 months of the year, an additional tank would be able to help, and including the taking care of the water loss. And I understand climate change for sure, but there's a lot of data and new science that we can be able to use as far as catchment systems and other things to become self-sufficient and be able to monitor and manage the Trinidad city water. So I just wanted, my point here was, let's be ready to engage in some grants that the city could be able to apply for to make sure that we have an up-to-date water system that will meet our needs. Thank you. And Sherry Provolt is talking as a private property owner, not Yurok Tribe member. So I have I own property within the city of Trinidad, and I'm speaking as a property owner. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Take your hat off, put a different one on. Other comments or questions for the Water Advisory Committee round 1.0?
And also Richard had his hand up too.
Oh, I'm sorry, Richard.
I just have a process question, because after the questions are over about the reports, I wanted to make my own statement as a councilor, as a councilman, when that's over. So let me know when the questions are done, and then when you open up comments from City Council, that I'd be more than happy to speak for just a few minutes.
Still on this agenda item?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. Anyone else from the community have any questions for the Water Advisory Committee at this point? And I don't see any hands up. Sorry about that. Don't see any hands up. So let me bring it back to council, specifically Richard Columbus.
Okay, thank you. I have 3 points I want to make, but I want to also share, before I do that the city clerk was able to do an assessment of public comments that were sent in, because all of us are influenced by comments, and these were in responses to questions about connecting up to the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District. It was concept number 2 that Mr. Miller had put up. And counting all the responses that came in, I want to make sure everyone hears this. For those individuals who live in the city who support connecting up to the Humboldt Bay was 16. Those in the city that were against hooking up was 3. So 16 for it, 3 against. When you look at those people outside the city about hooking up the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District, 5 were in support, and 4 out of 5 of those people actually get city water, even though they live outside the city. And outside the city, 24 were against. So there seems to be more people for it who live in Trinidad and more people against it who live outside. So I'd like just a few minutes, if you would allow me, just to make 3 comments concerning this, because I think it's important that we all hear this. And I've put in countless hours, and if I have just a few minutes, I can explain, so hopefully people can look at this perhaps in a different perspective. If you listen really carefully to those who are against sourcing water from Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District, it's not about water resiliency for Trinidad. If you listen really carefully, here's what they're saying. If the city has extra water, it will cause uncontrolled development outside the city and ruin our way of life. Another way I hear it is Trinidad City Council could be influenced by developers to sell extra water, causing uncontrolled development outside the city and ruin our way of life. And I've listened very carefully to this, and I respect that. It's also important to note that if you have a serious drought or a fire, it could also ruin our way of life. So in the spirit of trying to be a problem solver, I spoke with a friend who has a degree in government administration, and I have a suggestion to share. This is number 1, that hopefully will satisfy even those that oppose bringing drinkable water and firefighting water to Trinidad. And here's the suggestion. If the city were to move forward in cost sharing a pipe with the Rancheria to deliver water directly to the Trinidad water plant, the city could also pass a resolution prohibiting the city from providing any water outside its sphere of influence unless it was approved by a city-wide referendum. In other words, you might be able to bribe a council member or 2, but you can't bribe a whole city. So with a resilient water source, the city could provide local residents who have been waiting years to hook up with water. It could also supply a water intertie to our neighbors and friends in West Haven that could be used for emergencies, such as unexpected dry wells, catastrophic water leaks that they had last year, and fire. And the arrangement would provide drought-resistant and firefighting water to Trinidad and would require a citywide referendum to provide that water to anywhere else. The timeline that we talked about tonight is tight, but if Trinidad residents want a significant once-in-a-generation discount on a capital improvement project, this is it. Your city council members will decide for you whether to use it or lose it. And supposedly Darwin said, it's not the strong or the smartest that survive, it's those with the ability to adapt. It's an opportunity. So that's number 1. And very quickly, number 2, the Trinidad Rancheria was established in 1906 by an act of Congress by providing small tracts of land for homeless California Indians. That's taken from their website. That's their verbiage. Members of the Rancheria have ancestors who have lived in the land for countless generations, and in the past, the Rancheria has been very generous to the city. When the water plant had significant upgrades and the city didn't have the money, the Rancheria wrote a check for $136,000 to pay for the funding gap. Being a sovereign nation, this is my impression, it's kind of like living next to Canada, but you don't need a passport to get there. They will make decisions in the interest of their own members and obtain a drought-resistant source of water and perhaps even build a hotel. And if they want to paint that hotel with pink polka dots, that's their decision. They deserve our respect as an ancestral neighbor who has repeatedly demonstrated interest in working with us to solve problems. And just a final point, one more minute. My wife, my son, and I moved to Trinidad during a drought in 2014 to be close to our daughter and her growing family right here in Trinidad. This past year during the pandemic, my wife homeschooled our 7-year-old grandson, and I took care of a 2-year-old grandson for a year, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. I learned a lot. I laughed a lot. For personal reasons, my daughter and her family are moving to Virginia to live in the same town as our other daughter and her family. My wife and I are both in our late 60s, married 45 years, and have also decided to move so our entire family can have fun together. We have the best neighbors in the world here, have made many wonderful friends. I wake up and see Camel Rock every morning from our deck. I've taken thousands of photographs and even designed a custom Camel Rock refrigerator sticker as a fundraiser for a nonprofit. I will be delivering my resignation to the letter to the city manager tomorrow, effective September 14th, to allow me to properly transition my duties to other volunteers. I know the city will eventually solve its water resiliency problem, hopefully sooner than later, and I thank everyone for the opportunity and honor to serve the residents of Trinidad. That's it. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Wow, you know how to pack a lot into a short memo there. We'll talk about your resignation later. Other comments from the council? I'd really like to move on to our next agenda item, but I do want to leave a little room for the council to give the Water Advisory Committee its feedback and possible direction for the future. Tom?
Thanks. Yes, I just wanted to put out thank you for all the research on the reports, and I would like to put my support behind loss measures, pipes, extra storage, and I know there's still some research being done on gaining access again to Mill Creek. Those are the things that I think should be spent time on. I believe that the City Council did give direction to the Water Committee to explore those types of avenues after we had already voted twice to deny the pipeline extension feasibility study. So to see all the time spent on that again is not what I remember the Water Committee being charged with. And then I'd also like to say, I know there's a lot of emotion behind this, and pictures of fire and everything, they're just really designed to stir some visceral reaction from people. I'd like to remind you guys that Paradise and Greenville both had a very robust water system. It did them no good. When the fires that you're espousing come through these areas, no amount of water will help. We do need water for house fires, etc. in this town. I do not disagree with that. We have healthy mutual aid agreements with agencies in northern Humboldt. I've responded to a number of structure fires in which those agencies have responded promptly, efficiently, and we were able to contain the fires. But using visceral images of wildfire to stir rancor amongst people is highly inappropriate, I believe, especially since, I grew up in Paradise, California. I know there are people on this meeting that might have been also in Paradise. It did them no good to have a wonderful water system. Let's concentrate on looking for storage, concentrate on our drinking water and some reasonable emergency uses for water. California's wildfires right now, as you can, if you want to keep talking about them in your reports, do not respond to water flowing out of a hose. So thank you again for your reports, And I'm ready to move forward to the next agenda item. Thank you, Mayor.
Jack or David, I'm not sure if you want to weigh in. I've only got one closing comment. That's in writing, so it's not really that earth-shattering. Jack or David, anything to add before we move on to our next agenda item?
No, my comments will fall into the next agenda item, so I'm okay with that. I wasn't sure if Richard wanted me to just bring up briefly the research I did about trucking potable water in.
Well, I believe that you and Bryce, as member of the committee, were going to present later. Are my sources correct?
Yes, the reports weren't completed at the last meeting.
Yeah.
I wanted to give them more time to do their diligence.
Yeah. We can take that when we can have it all kind of laid out so that we have stuff in writing for the packet.
Okay, great.
And so in the packet, just again, through all the discussions, I wanted to bring back in writing that investigating the water plant increases in efficiency is one of the recommendations from the 2019 reports. Exploring water storage on individual properties. I am willing to take that on if you'll have me. I mean, I don't want to overstep my bounds, but I'm already going to meet with someone and start that conversation. And I would like to be able to present to the community some parameters and some things to think about when putting water storage on your property. Connecting Trinidad and West Haven water systems for each other's backup with lots of controls. Both public works directors for West Haven and Trinidad have supported that. Connecting, I already read that. Putting in recharge ponds in the watershed. A lot of the work the stuff that Steve Madrone has mentioned, as well as extracting water at the springs, and what the feasibility of those last two items would really probably be directed towards an engineering firm, as it is well outside the scope of something that a non-water expert could get into. But I just want to put that out there. And I was very grateful, Richard, that you had mentioned in your council report that you were already aware of those as chair of this committee. So I'm glad to see that we're on the same page. So thank you for that introduction to the beginnings of the Water Advisory Committee. We'll look for another report at your readiness. And with that, I'm going to move us on to item number 3, discussion action item regarding Water Advisory Committee recommendation to request Humboldt Bay Municipal Water consideration of City of Trinidad in water line extension project analysis. So I believe, as the Water Advisory Committee is making this recommendation, I believe I turn it back over to Richard. Is that the truth?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
In order to try to trying to figure out whether we need to move forward as a city of working with Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District, I put together a motion that will permit us to move forward and ask the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District to delay their process, giving Trinidad more time simply to collect data. So the motion, which I'll be more than happy to make in writing, it's in the packet, really allows the city to get data. If the city decides they don't want to know, then I can make the motion and it can fail. If the city wants to get information, they can. And again, I refer back to what the city clerk had sent out at like 4:50 p.m. of analyzing Trinidad residents, and the numbers were 16-4-3 against. Outside of Trinidad, it was 5 in favor and 24 against. So if you look at those who live in the city, it's almost a 5-to-1 in favor of getting more information or finding out. So it's really up to the city council, if I can make this motion, where everyone can simply be on record to figure out what they want to do next.
And let's hold off on making a motion until we've had full council discussion, Richard. So just because that muddies the waters a little bit. So I want to make sure that Jack West, also Councilman West, asked to be one of the earlier council voices in this. So I'm going to turn it over to Jack.
Thank you.
I've done over the last week. It's been a busy week of talking to people and talking to experts and talking to organizations, trying to come up with maybe some alternates to what we've talked about so far, and also a way to go forward. Which, but before I do, I'd like Eli had a couple of things to add to this, and Eli, if you could talk maybe about the two things would be what you about maybe the money issue and also the what we might be looking for if we were to go to Humboldt Bay in terms of what you might find. Are you prepared to do that?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about that. And then we also have Steve Allen, our engineer, on the call. So because this question has arisen, I went ahead and I contacted Steve, and I had also talked to John Friedenbach, just trying to figure out exactly how everything would work if we did pursue getting more data and how that would work. So Steve Allen, our city engineer with GHD, said that he estimates that it would cost $4,800 to complete a study, which would be regarding our availability to conduct the hydraulic analysis regarding water main size as Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District requested should the city decide to proceed. And he listed like several things that they'd be looking at. And, one of the things that, of course, would be if we did tie in with Humboldt Bay Water now, and then also if we were able to tie in with Humboldt Bay Water in the future. So part of what was mentioned in our discussion, and when I did talk to both Steve and John, was the fact that it appears from the study so far that a 6-inch line, which would cover fire protection for the rancheria, would be the proper size for the rancheria. The question was if we tied into a 6-inch line in the future, or if a larger line may be needed. That's something that this study would look at, because there was a feeling that we may need an 8-inch line in order to provide fire suppression for both the rancheria and the city. Again, this is just in discussion as to, what are some of the things that may be looked at and should be looked at. So in other words, in order to do this study over this next month, approximately a month, it would be looking at the what would be needed for the city, and also what would be needed from going from McKinleyville to whatever point that the city would need to go to our water tanks. That point would be before the point that is needed to go to the rancheria. So we would not have to be possibly responsible for a cost that goes beyond where our pipe would divert over to the water tanks. Anyway, these are all things that could be looked at. And that's why, a study through GHD, just to help provide some answers, would be very helpful for the city. In addition to that, we currently have quite a bit of funds in reserve, approximately $1 million for the water reserves. And the next item that we have coming up, number 4, where we're seeking to do some water system planning, in there it is also mentioned that the one grant we were seeking for the water main to be moved from the current location, which is the one off of Edwards, which is on Van Wyck right now. We have a temporary water main. and we wanted to move that to Edwards. We were seeking USDA funding, and in number 4, we're going to be doing future planning. But part of the reason for that future planning is that we were turned down for the current funding through USDA because they said that we have too much in our reserves. We actually have so many things that need to be addressed, which already are being addressed, or starting to address where we need to be looking at, and through the Water Committee. So those reserves, I think are appropriate, but it certainly would behoove us to spend some of the reserves looking at different options. And that would be one of the options, would be looking at GHD, having the city engineer's firm look into the data, get us some data, and basically look at both options of, what would it take for us to get water if we chose to get it from Humboldt Bay today, and what would it take to get it in the future? Would we be able to tap into the same size pipe, 6 inches? Would we need a larger pipe, 8 inches? So some of these questions that exist could be answered through a report such as this. So I'll just mention that. And then Jack, I didn't know if you wanted to get into the other portion, or whenever you let me know if you need more details from me. And then also Steve Allen is on the call, and he can elaborate.
Thank you. All right, well, I'm going to begin what I found. First of all, the people in this community have been, the ones that I've met personally have been very considerate, and I appreciate that. What I'm reading in emails has not been so, and I really want us to understand that the people in this community are all fighting for what they believe in. I agree with everybody that they all have their point of view, and there's a good point of view. They really appreciate our community and want to save it. It's really sad to see people getting so upset about it. A lot of these people, I think all the people I talked to agreed on, or most of them agreed on one thing. Even the ones that want to bring in Humboldt water have agreed that we really want to be careful about growth, and we don't want any growth in this town. So I decided to look at both sides, and I've asked Pacific Watershed to begin a study on the creek that would be, they'd be working with Steve Madrone. We met and talked for quite a while, and they are willing to begin an immediate work on our watershed to try to look at it and see what we have up there and see how long this water could last, and also how long it would take to begin doing some of the things that Steve Madrone has suggested. In fact, and they've worked with them, so they know what's going on. So they would put a study together over the next 4 weeks to try to give us some information for the next meeting that would let us know how strong our creek is, at least gives us information about our creek that I think would be helpful in trying to make a decision. So my first part of this is I really do not want to have to bring in Humboldt Bay water because, like you've all said, and I agree, it's going to be tough on our community. It's going to make us either have to set up plans to control it, or we're going to lose our community, the kind of community we have. But I also agree with Richard and Dwight and Paul and all these people who have come up and explained what could happen to our community, that we need to have a backup. So what I am suggesting, and this is a suggestion that I'll come up, this is a motion I'll make it after I let everybody talk, is that I would like to have both studies done at once. Now that's an expensive couple of studies, but I think that studying the creek is very important. So they're looking at $6,500 and to go in and look at this creek and try to come back with a variety of answers of how we can use this creek to supply our water for years to come. Now, my idea is that if they come back and they just are very negative and say this is going to be tough, then I think we may need to reconsider Humboldt Bay water. If they can come back and say, look, the creek is strong, we can do catchments, we can do other forms of storage, and we can keep this going for years. And in the meantime, if we're on the ball, we can take the next 5 years to begin really putting these plans into action that are actually going to help. And now everybody has talked about, checking the pipes, finding ways to create a better water system. And I think we can do that. But I would hate to have them come back and say, it's going to be really tough to keep this creek going if we have a big drought coming up. But do we have the actual water supply up there to do that? They think we do. Steve Madrone thinks we do. And I believe that we do too. And a lot of people out here say that's true, but we haven't had enough data. So I'm going to suggest that we do both studies and we get them going right away. And we have the data we've been talking about for the next meeting. I know it's expensive, but we come back with the data and we can then make a comparison and see what we want to do. And I want to tell you in advance that if this data comes back and that creek looks good, I'm going to vote for the creek. I like that. That's the way I probably would have gone, except I really would like to know more, and I'd like to answer the questions of the group that came up tonight. So and by the way, I have talked to a number of people who I feel are either very knowledgeable or experts on this area, and they have said that we're in a dangerous area, and that's why we need to find out, because if they don't have aquifers, if they can't find a reasonable amount of water flow, we could be in serious trouble. But on the other hand, if they're there, we have a creek that might be able to last us through years. So Pacific Watershed is asking $6,500. Humboldt Bay is asking $4,800. That's $10,300. And I realize that could be used to fix pipes and do other things, but I'd like to get the data. Let's find out what's out there. And let's let everybody, I think it'd make it a little more peaceful, because I think everybody's getting upset with people in the community when all they're trying to do is attempt to save the community. And I think that's all I have. So that's what I'll come back to after the rest speak.
All right, let's kind of work our way through the council, and then I'm going to hold off on, it sounds like both Jack and Richard have motions brewing. I want to hold off until we've heard from the community a little bit, but from the community, please understand that Jack is leaning in the direction of a motion for 2 studies. Richard is leaning in the direction of a motion for Humboldt Bay. So David, I'm going to go with you and then Tom.
Okay, well, I'd like to concur with Jack in a lot of respects, because I think a lot of misconception was, I'm trying to approach this from the empirical method of environmental policy that I just got from HSU, which would be indicative of gathering both informations, doing that, and then comparing it. And that's why I considered feasibility study to find out if it's feasible. I personally would love to set up like solar powered pump storage, and if we can utilize the water we have and keep the thing regular the way it is now. But top clientologists of the world say that nobody knows in 2 decades what our whole system, and I think Dwight went into that in depth in his report. So that's my thing. I would hate to make a decision and then a couple, a decade and a half later, that creek's dry, and we could have avoided it and we could have had a backup. So that's where I'm at right now.
Go ahead, Tom. I saw your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. So Jack had a lot of information there, but I'm not sure that any of it is agendized for tonight. So I'm kind of concerned about a motion that would have us making decisions about things that are not on our agenda, such as Pacific Watersheds stuff. And I don't see any of that on our agenda. So I'm concerned about those types of motions. I think it's a good idea that Pacific Watersheds, we're going to obviously need some assistance in fleshing out some of that stuff in the watershed, but it might be more appropriate to bring that back at a different meeting when we've had the information and it's been publicized that that's exactly what we're going to talk about. So
that's a good point, Tom. Eli and Russ, as the process experts, can you respond to Tom's comment?
I'm going to let Russ respond, but I mean, generally speaking, the way I was looking at it would be the fact that we're talking about looking at water availability and possibly bringing in water from somewhere else. So it certainly makes sense that if you're going to consider bringing in water from somewhere else, that you look at, your existing water source and how viable that is. So to me, it seems like both would go hand in hand, but I'll turn it over to Russ.
Yeah, so the specific description of this agenda item doesn't really contemplate approval of professional services agreement for an alternative study. That stated, the council could move and direct staff to discuss potential retention of a professional consultant to return to council. Assuming you do this on an expedited basis, you have to do that at a special meeting. But you can definitely give general direction to staff to go out and procure that. But in terms of approval of a professional services agreement, obviously we need to agendize that and then put that in place for a staff proposed agreement for your consideration. And then one other issue, again, I just want to be clear on this. Any substantive issues related to a potential agreement with the water district, our law officers as district counsel for the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District, so we have a conflict of interest concern there. That's not specifically agendized for tonight, but I do want to be clear on that point in case questions directed to me or our office on that specific subject.
So just to be clear on that, Russ, it's not, we can't just go to Ryan. It's your whole office is on contract with Humboldt Bay Water, the district. And so any kind of legal issues, we'd have to seek outside counsel from a different firm entirely?
It would depend. We would need to present a joint conflict waiver to both the Water District and Trinidad City Council before we represented either, with respect to an agreement between the two entities.
Okay.
It's not as if a conflict for one attorney extends to his partner. So it's within the firm. So the fact that it's in a different office doesn't make sense.
I'm just wanting to make sure that if we get into some kind of contract, then we would have to seek outside legal support for that.
Yes, or we'd have to present a joint conflict waiver to both entities for review and approval.
Okay, good enough. So Tom's point then is taken that we can direct staff to pursue Pacific Watersheds, but we cannot make a decision on an agreement with Pacific Watersheds. So Jack, I just want you to know that that's the process limitation to consider that as we move forward. But at this point, I do want to, remind folks that we have read all the letters many times in most cases. So at this point, based on the discussions that have occurred, I'm going to open it up to public comment. And I will be keeping track of time and I will be stopping people at 3 minutes. So please be aware. And at this point, I will look for either raised hands literally or the little yellow orange ones that live in the corner of the screen. I see Paula's hand is up. So Paula, please unmute yourself and let us know your thoughts.
There's quite a bit of documentation in past engineering reports about catchment and spring systems. I will very quickly read some verbatim quotes. This one is from September 6, 2019, alternative raw water source evaluation. Page 3, I quote, springs catchment in the Trinidad area, proposed on multiple occasions by Steve Madrone, Possible benefits and concerns are discussed in the last paragraph. I quote, limitations to to a distributed spring collection system are the effort needed to obtain legal water rights to the spring, the cost to install new treatment and conveyance infrastructure, increased monitoring and maintenance requirements. Additionally, it would be subject to the same vulnerabilities of drought. Another quote from GHD, January 14th, 2020, City of Trinidad Watershed and Water Supply and Storage System Analysis. Page 10, alternative water sources, rainwater catchments, encouraged but limited effect on total city demand. That refers to private water catchments. Spring catchment, I'm going to run out of 3 minutes here pretty quick. Okay. Quote, other creeks such as Mill and Parker Creek, potential but limited by the same factors impacting Luffenholz, would require significant infrastructure upgrades and distributed systems. Summary, page 3 and page 10. Under normal water years, there is sufficient water supply to meet the city's existing and future water demand with capacity for additional supply. During drought conditions, water supply may be insufficient to meet existing water demand. And there's a lot of other information in past engineering reports that point to the advisability and sustainability of Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Paula. Aaron, you're up.
All right. Can everybody hear me okay? All right. Hey, everybody. Aaron Hakinen, City of Trinidad resident and water customer of the City of Trinidad, speaking in that capacity tonight. Whatever happens, it needs to be done in an all-inclusive, multifaceted approach that I agree and couldn't agree more is driven by data. And not hyperbole, not emotion, not, everything that's been brought up and mentioned. And by multifaceted, I think it should encompass all the things that have been suggested so far. Increased storage, fixing leaks, additional supplies, and it needs to be done in parallel, not one at a time. It has to be done at the same time, in my opinion. To wait and do these things one at a time, we risk all these unknowns that we cannot control. I think the city needs to seriously pursue a secondary source other than Luffenholz and other than watersheds. Our watersheds are dry. They're drying. We have less flow coming through. We're seeing the evidence of that. You can argue or have opinions about the why behind that, but the reality is there's less coming out of the watershed into our collection points. There's a lot of great solutions, a lot of great suggestions, water catchment, recharging, that kind of stuff. All those are also dependent, though, however, on charging of the watershed. If there's no rain going into Luffenholz, there's no rain coming off my roof to fill a cistern in town, as much as I'd like to contribute that to a solution of the problem. Mill Creek writes the same issue is going to crop up there, the same concerns. Growth concerns are going to be limited by statute, or can be limited by that. Within the city limits, they're going to be limited by our OWTS, our wastewater treatment issue. Again, I think that's something that we need to consider, that one will limit the other. Increasing storage, I think, is a phenomenal thing, but it ignores the reality of the risk we're seeing again with the flows. If we can't, recharge our watershed, we can't store. It's nice to have a tank, but if I don't have anything to put in it, there's nothing I can put in it. The last thing I guess I'd just say is that, I moved my family up to Trinidad about 2 years ago now because of the community. And I love the character of our community. And I love the character of not only the city, but the greater Trinidad area. And I don't want to see either of those change substantively. And I think that's something that can be managed smartly. So I'd ask the city council to listen to their water advisory committee and their recommendation and move forward tonight in getting more data. That's all we're doing, is asking to get more data. We've got the money, we have the funds, let's spend it. I think it's money well spent to make educated decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Others from the community that wish to comment on this agenda item? Looks like Don Allen.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, you're in a bit of an echo chamber, though.
Sorry, I'm trying to manage this on two devices because my computer doesn't have a microphone.
Now it sounds great.
Okay, thanks. I want to thank the Watershed or the Water Advisory Committee for the recommendations. I thought they were good recommendations, and I liked Jack's suggestion to pay PWA to study the Leffenholtz options. I do see that there is a lot of emotion, and I've heard the comments saying, we need to be more rational about this, and I totally agree with that. I was living in Trinidad in 1985. I was on the fire department when there was a fire, that started down at State Beach, and we could have very well lost the city of Trinidad then. It wouldn't matter how much fire storage or water storage there was, if it weren't for CAL FIRE bringing their helicopters and their water bombers to put that fire out. It was literally inches away from the house that is the closest to the state parking or the state parks parking area near Trinidad School. So, I still think it's a great idea to have lots of water storage on hand for the fire department, but ultimately it's probably going to come down to helicopters pulling water out of the ocean to put out any kind of major fire in Trinidad. There's a couple of things that, and perhaps the studies Jack was recommending might answer them, but what's it going to cost just to participate in the feasibility study? And Dwight also made a statement that it's going to be more affordable now than it was in 2008 because you'll share costs with the Rancheria. Well, inflation is going to wipe out any of those savings and even more than that. And I've also heard that, the city council members need to be listening to their constituents who all live within the city. And as I have stated in my written comments, the impact is going to be on people outside of the city because the city is almost fully built out. So is the city willing to guarantee that it won't sell water outside its current service area? I think if the city were to do that, that might alleviate some of the concerns that we have about, opening the bottle and letting the genie out. Let me see. I also wanted to point out that a 6-inch line, which would possibly deliver 500,000 gallons per day. Well, if you increase that by 2 inches, you're going to double the amount of water. To me, it seems like 600,000 or 500,000 gallons per day is an awful lot of water, and about 3 times as much as I think either Trinidad, West Haven, and the Rancheria combined use. So anyway, a larger line than that will also, and the expense to extend this line, the past studies concluded that the city would have to raise the rate so high that the only way to make it affordable would be to expand the customer base. So that's the concern about the growth inducement and, the fact that you're making decisions for people who live outside the city. But then I'm hearing people on the council saying they shouldn't be listening to those people, the very people who are going to be impacted. So I would really appreciate if you would take into consideration the impact of your actions on the people in the surrounding communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Other comments? Looks like Ms. Provolt has her hand up.
Yes, thank you again. I know it's a long night. Gosh, it's 9:30. We're just getting through the agenda. I am speaking as a private resident of Trinidad. I own 2 homes in Trinidad. And one of the things that I listen to when I hear people comment about this issue is that, they moved to Trinidad 2 years ago, or they moved to Trinidad 5 years ago. I've grown up in Trinidad my whole life. And we have been a strong community, and we've been resilient in that strong community. And I think there's so much yet this council needs to do to continue to be a strong community. I fear, as a Trinidad City resident that owns 2 homes, these costs will be passed down to residents. And it's not cheap. Water is a high resource. We know that. We've known that for a long time. I think our Supervisor Madrone has been saying that for a very long time. And we have failed to recognize and take steps previous to now to prevent today's actions. So I just feel like we're overreacting. I really like what was said earlier about the fires and, you know, the thoughts about this, the fear of things. I don't want to get into fear of drought, you know, for Trinidad. I know that. I've been here for many, many, many years. And I know that some of you have been here just for a little while. But, you know, I listened to all the comments, and I think there's so much yet we can do as a city, as a community, to hold strong to self-resilience and looking at other options before having to pay high costs for a pipeline to come through an environmental sensitive area, across rivers, and this is the other thing I wanted to say is that, yes, it may affect Trinidad and it's Trinidad City water, but it's going through your West Haven, Moonstone area. It affects those outside areas. So yes, you need to listen to those folks outside around Trinidad because it affects them. It affects their environment and affects what's going to happen to them. And I just think that, you know, it's not, I oppose the pipeline going through to Trinidad, and I don't think it's the time to do so. And I think there's other strategies that you can do as a city council to be self-sufficient in your water systems and water catchment and resiliency. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Provolt. Dave Henkin, please.
Thanks. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. One, I want to apologize for my earlier remarks. I did not realize that was an inappropriate time to alert you to the fact that there's a huge amount of, quote, data that is already available in the Humboldt Bay Water District package for this week, right? There are projections of gallons per minute, you know, from different size pipes, et cetera, preliminary engineering calculations. So it's important to know about those. Second, I want to tell you that the West Haven Services District General Manager made exactly the same remark to me as Tom Davies made here and Don Allen made as well, which is that if there is a real serious forest fire around here, the local municipal water supplies are completely irrelevant. So I think that point's been made. But what I wanted to really stress here is what new data is most important for making the decisions around here on this Humboldt Bay pipeline? And I think the most important new data that no one is spending anything on so far as I can tell, is what would, in fact, the likely growth and development impacts be if a pipeline were constructed to the Rancheria and ultimately to Trinidad, right? We haven't talked about that at all, and someone needs to start thinking about that. How can you make a decision about that without knowing it? Right, I sent a letter to the council indicating that existing Humboldt County regulations concerning on-site wastewater treatment systems and setbacks imply that if people shifted from private wells to municipal water supplies, there would be a substantial increase in potential density of housing development, right? I think that's pretty clear. And also for undeveloped parcels with no water, that's absolutely obvious, right? And I think there's a similar scenario that could be painted for Trinidad. But what we really need to know from Humboldt Bay is if they take ownership of the line that is constructed to the Rancheria, who has say over how the Humboldt Bay responds to future requests for water from that line? Like I told you, 540,000 gallons per day is what John Friedenbach has in his board packet minutes, is what could be delivered by that line that dwarfs anything that's received around here locally. Suppose you wanted to propose a development, I will pay Humboldt Bay to construct a line to my development. Can I do that? How do they respond to questions like that? That's the kind of thing we need the answer to. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Bryce Kinney, I saw your hand go up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First point is, this is really a reconsideration of something that the council has rejected twice before. So it's just kind of amazing to me that we're doing this for the third time. And I think it explains to a large degree some of the hostility that Jack West was observing. People are outraged that, what's happening to them in the political process. How does that saying go? It's deja vu all over again. Well, here we are. What we have here now in this area cannot be expressed in terms of any equation or any amount of data. Okay? Think about that for a second. The basic division between sides on this issue seems to me to be those who believe that Trinidad is special enough to deserve special treatment in order to protect it against overdevelopment, and those people that think it's not special enough. I'm with the first group, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Trinidad's just another roadside attraction, another town like any other, and if it gets overrun with fast food restaurants and subdivisions, well, big deal, no great loss. But I'll never see it that way. The Trinidad lifestyle and experience has become more monetized and commodified than I ever believed I would see it become. And I've lived here since I was 19 years old. For many people, it's just another place to park your money until a better investment comes along. But I will never see it that way. Your council has an opportunity right now to become a countervailing force against all that by committing to build out the region according to the natural resources that we have here, instead of bringing in water from over 50 miles away from Ruth Lake. The proponents of that idea are resorting to scare tactics and fears of drought and wildfire and trying to stampede the council into going their way. The council should stand its ground. It's heard all these arguments before, twice, and it made the right decision. Trinidad's not totally built out. It wasn't too long ago that the city manager was saying, how about putting a boutique hotel down there at the corner of Stagecoach and Main Street, where the horse pasture is right now? And what about ADUs? That's a coming phenomena in Trinidad that will dedicate a lot more water. Same thing outside the city limits. Lots of potential for growth in ADUs. And Dave Hankin very succinctly explained the difference in regulations that comes along when you have suddenly the introduction of municipal water. And there are those who wish to leave to the tender mercies of the political process, the future protection of Trinidad. But what we're going through right now illustrates that we cannot trust the political process to protect that, because we're back here now for the third time on the same issue under the political process. And wait until people start throwing massive amounts of money directly at the political process, developers and others. Then we'll see, what really can happen when our democratic system gets perverted beyond the boundaries of reason. There are lots of good alternatives to bringing water up from the Mad River, and that's what we need to be thinking about right now. It's obviously not just Luffenholtz Creek. We need to bring in the water right we have on Mill Creek currently that we're not using, and other springs and sources that are combined together to make a resilient system. So that's what I hope you can do for your town tonight. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Steinberg.
Hi, I guess a couple of points were made that I don't understand. One was that if the pipe's going to go through West Haven and we shouldn't do it because it's going to disturb, potentially the environment, but the Rancheria is going to bring it anyway. So I think that's kind of moot because that's going to go through there anyway. So I assume it would be the same route that they would take. And I just don't understand why people don't want to have information just so that they can make an informed. I mean, there's no way we can possibly know that the watershed in this area is going to last forever. And it just seems like we need information, whether we follow through or not. I don't get why it's so terrible to just learn more about it. And also, I take a little issue with people saying, well, I've been here forever and the newcomers, they don't have any say in this. I mean, yeah, I'm a relative newcomer, but I'm from Southern California and I see the effect of the drought everywhere. And I feel like this is a whole new situation with global warming. I'm not worried about fire. That's not the point. I'm worried about drinking water. I'm worried about, being able to take a shower once in a while. And to have none of that available is scarier to me. Yes, there's the helicopters. I used to live in Topanga Canyon, and we have helicopters that grab the water from water storage facilities there and from the ocean. So yeah, we got plenty of that here. So I don't think fire is the issue. I don't know why we shouldn't focus on that. We should focus on having some drinking water. And I think that's a big concern that this could possibly ameliorate. And I agree that we could come up with the legislation or whatever to deal with the development. I feel like that's a red herring. Anyway, that's my point.
Thank you, Neil. Mr. Miller, I see your hand is up.
Thank you. I'd like to confess that I'm an amateur. I like everybody else on the council. I played 10 years trying to figure out what to do. And what I'm concerned about is that this item requests data. Now, I agree that this is a rehash in some ways of the discussion of January and February when data was requested and decided against. It's kind of fascinating to me because policymakers need data to make a decision. We need to know how much this particular project is going to cost now and how much this particular project is going to cost later and how much an alternative which is more dear to our hearts, even my heart for many years, which is the uphill Luffenberg. But Luffenholtz, we don't know how much that's going to cost. Why should we not consider a fairly limited study today? Tonight is not the time to decide whether we're going to have Humboldt water or Luffenholtz water. The city council needs to decide and get some more water, and it needs to have studies for it. Now, if you decide to say, let's not get the data right now, then one of the opportunities goes away. That's the simple thing. If we decide to study the uphill Luffenholtz, I'm for it. I'm all for it. And we will discover sometime far in the future how much that costs and how long it will take to get us that. But the one thing I tried to bring out, and perhaps I accept Tom Davies and a couple of others, it was probably inappropriate to have a scary fire photo up in there because it's something that I was scared about. And I thought, this is going to catch our attention. Okay, maybe that isn't the central point. The central point is that the climate scientologists, or the climatologists are very clear that our entire watershed is in major drought, more drought than south of us. Our entire watershed has a high likelihood of not having the flow that has existed for 50 years. People say, I've talked to my friends who are experts on the water flow in Nuffin House. Their expert opinion is based on what they've observed over the 40 years they've been here. And that 40 years, I don't know if you heard me say it. That climatologists are saying that cannot be trusted anymore. Just a couple of weeks ago, I heard major climate scientists say those data, historical data, cannot be trusted.
20 seconds, Dwight.
Got it. I'm asking the council to simply vote enough money to get an estimate for the study on what this thing is going to cost and maybe what it would cost afterwards, just as our city manager recommended. And for those who are concerned about control from the city council, listen to Richard's very clever solution, which was have a policy where the people of Trinidad are going to have to vote in order to extend any water. That's a very simple idea that would control it. So basically, all we're asking for is data rather than deciding policy by opinions and feeling good about historical Trinidad, because historical Trinidad may not be there without water.
Time's up, sir. Thank you very much. Any comments from folks who have not yet had a chance to voice their opinion?
Raise hand.
Is that, looks like Heather Lovig, please.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Awesome. I just want to thank the Water Council for all the hard work you guys have done. And I just wanted to share very quickly, because I know we're getting really late into the evening. I'm a Southern California transplant. I've only been in Humboldt for close to 20 years, so definitely not a lifer here. I lived in Arcata on Fickle Hill for a long time, and during some pretty bad drought years, my well went dry. And so I know all too well what it's like to have water trucked in and to pay for that. And then I lived in West Haven for many, many years. And unfortunately, the same thing happened. Well went dry, even though I'm very conservative with my water usage, and again, had to pay for that. And so it's like I know what it's like to have that water loss and to have to deal with how that can show up in one's life and the stress around that. And honestly, when I was in West Haven, and it's so beautiful out there, it's a very special place, I wouldn't have mind being tapped into the city water. That would have been such a relief on my end, living out there. And now my husband, Jack, and I have the good fortune of living in the town of Trinidad, being homeowners here. And I just want to ask the city council to please consider just paying for both studies. I don't feel like an informed decision can be made unless we're looking at the data. So that's just my 2 cents. I'm so appreciative of everybody sharing their opinions, their concerns. I know it's kind of a very heated topic, and I always go back to let's see the data. Let's look at both sides. And I also really like the point that's been made more than once during this evening around even if we do tie into, a bigger water line, that maybe provisions can be made where growth can still be managed in some way that's conscientious and doesn't have to affect what makes Trinidad and West Haven and Patrick's Point and all these surrounding communities so special. So that is my 2 cents. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Heather. Other comments from the community? All right, I'm going to bring it back to council. So I believe the hour is upon us, councilors, to make a decision on the item before us. Jack?
I would like to make a few suggestions before I go on to making a motion at all. For one thing, I continue to hear this, that we are making the decision to put the pipeline in tonight, and that's not what we're doing. I think that I am very hesitant to ever get Humboldt Bay water. I don't think it's a good idea, but I would only do it if we felt that there was no other option. So I want you to understand that when we come back, it's going to have to be a big sale for me to say yes on that. I would also like to put off the rest of this meeting and try to do a meeting in 2 weeks where we can also come in and vote on the Pacific watershed, because I think that's very important. And because it's awfully late tonight, I'm probably going to vote for the Humboldt Bay water because I think I'd like to know the information. I don't think I would vote for it, but I'd like to know. And then I'd like to have us, but I'd like to kind of be assured, and I believe from the council, I feel pretty safe that we will vote for the Pacific watershed. So I hope that's true. I think I think I want to find the information. Eli has some information he wants to find, but I don't want you to think that we're going to definitely go forward with it. I think it's just information that we can use to make a decision in the next month, if that's what it takes. So I think that's all I had to say.
Richard, and then I've got a quick comment to make.
Yes, I just wanted to ask the city manager, Eli, part of the motion that I want to make is for the city to determine the cost, time to completion, and other contract issues that will require engaging GHD. Did they give you some type of estimate of what that cost would be? Didn't Steve Allen send you a note?
Yeah, Steve Allen did send it to me. Steve is also on the call, so I'll let him weigh in also. But yeah, he said that we estimate it would cost $4,800 to complete. So that's how much the study would be through GHD as far as doing the hydraulic analysis regarding the water main size as Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District. To bring it up here, but and just to analyze that.
So it's not a $20,000 study; it's less than $5,000.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That helps.
So my only comment. Oh, Jack, did you have something else to?
Well, we got Eli talking about that. I just wondered is what else are we going to get with that? Are we going to find out rates? What it's going to cost us in the future for our customers? Or are we getting just a direct line, that's it? What do we get with our money?
You're on mute, Eli.
Okay, sorry about that. Yes, Steve is on the call, but I think we can ask for those things, to be included because, those are certainly questions that are pertinent and would be necessary in order to make an informed decision regarding Humboldt Bay water. But I'll turn it over to Steve. Maybe he can elaborate a little bit.
Sure. This is Steve. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, the study that we put forth for $4,800 was essentially to look at the hydraulics of a water main, which is what Mr. Friedenbach and Humboldt Bay requested. If the city is going to vote to entertain this option, and if the Humboldt Bay board agrees to postpone working through the agreement with the Rancheria just based on the Rancheria, then the entities would want to know whether or not a larger size pipe would need to be or should be considered to come up. So that's likely either a 6-inch is adequate or possibly an 8-inch. As Dave Haskins and others noted, there is a lot as far as average daily flow that a 6-inch line could probably handle. And the really question is, during higher flows, during fire flows, would that need to run most of the day? There's restrictions on peak power times as far as running pumps. So perhaps an 8-inch line would be a lot more economical and make a lot more sense. But that's basically the analysis that we're asked to do. There are other questions that city manager talked about, rates, nuances of how this might happen. There's plenty of other discussions that could happen, in my opinion, that don't necessarily have to go through me or the engineers in order to get some of the other answers. I think that'd be good information and good answers to get, but I hope that clarifies your question.
Does that help, Jack?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So I don't know if Tom, if your hand is up or you, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a little perplexed by the political will as well to try to do this 3 times. You know, there's many things that I've voted on in the past that I haven't gotten my way on, and I haven't kept bringing them back to the council multiple times to try to change the will of the council. I'm kind of confused about that this would only be like $4,800. It looks like a lot of work has already been done on this. There's all this talk. It's been cost sharing with the Rancheria, etc. I know there was a meeting. Perhaps Eli could elaborate that he had a meeting with the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District last Wednesday. It seemed like I don't know if I have the exact date, but I don't think that. I don't know if I have all the information. I'm not for this at all, but I'm also for having all the information, and it doesn't seem like I'm hearing everything. I mean, the Rancheria has already gone through this process. Nobody gets anything for free. We're only looking at my understanding of this GHG thing coming maybe from the Rancheria with a 6-inch pipe. I don't know. And maybe I don't even need to know the answers to all those because I've already voted on this twice, but I feel like I'm still missing information after all of the speaking that's been going on.
I could help add a little bit of information. Because the community and council members have, expressed just that they, what about this? What about that? And hearing so much from the community, I just thought it would make sense to find out, do we need, because at the last Water Advisory Committee meeting, it was mentioned that, maybe, since the pipe will be then turned over to the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District after it's installed, then maybe we could just tap in later. So that was a question I asked when I talked to John Friedenbach, and then also brought in Steve Allen. So that, to me, that's a question that needs to be answered also. Is it a 6-inch line or is it an 8-inch line? Can we tap into whatever line the Rancheria gets, or do we need a larger line? Those are questions that we don't have. And I thought it would be helpful for the community just to have that kind of those answers. And like I said, because we do have the $1 million in reserves, it just seemed like a logical step to spend a little bit of money, which would be like about $11,000 between the $4,800 for studying Humboldt Bay water, and then what Jack was indicating, which would be through the Pacific Water Associates. So that one, where they can give us for $6,500, what's the viability of Luffenholz Creek? Is it viable for us, now, just without any other improvements? Because all of these other things, if it's the Humboldt Bay water, they estimate 3 to 5 years. If it's bringing it from, the reservoirs, creating and bringing them from the springs, who knows how many years that is. So basically, what do we have right now? How concerned should we be? And then to add on to that, a lot of these questions, also through the Water Advisory Committee, they've had 2 meetings, they've asked a lot of questions, they've come up with some reports, and that's precisely why this was presented tonight. Just like later on, we're going to have 2 items from the Trails Committee. That's why these 2 items actually came from the Water Advisory Committee. So it wasn't just like, one council member just saying, hey, I want to bring it back, although we checked with our city attorney and he said that could be done based upon our municipal code. But the bottom line is that the council did create this Water Advisory Committee. They're looking at various options. This is one of the things that surfaced, and the fact that because of the timing, maybe it'll cost us a lot less money if we join in now. That's a question that, how much will it cost? So some of these things, if they could be answered just so the council can make a better informed decision for Trinidad water customers, and even for the greater Trinidad area. I mean, I lived in Laguna Niguel. I moved to Laguna Niguel. That was the first place I actually lived in California. And I saw it grow over a 15-year period where it basically tripled. And I was part of the slow growth movement for Measure A for the whole county of Orange County. I don't want to see huge growth, and the people here don't want it. And the benefit we have in the city is that we do have that local control. We have our planning commission, we have our council, but I'm concerned about the people who are outside the city limits. And if I were them, I would try to incorporate also to get your own voice. But anyway, besides that, there were so many unanswered questions, and I think these two studies, since we do have the funds, would help answer a lot of this for the benefit of the whole community. I think we really need to know, what is the status of Luffenholtz Creek, and if we did consider Humboldt Bay water, can we delay it until later and maybe the 6-inch pipe is enough, or do we have to, maybe increase it now? The other part I did want to mention, Tom, is a map was shown to me by John Friedenbach, and it really was a very nice map because it showed the water coming from McKinleyville would actually going to our storage tanks and towards our water treatment plant would actually turn off much sooner than it would have to go all the way up to the Rancheria. So the cost for that pipe would be less than going up to the Rancheria because our water facilities, the storage and the plant are before that. So all of these things are, how much and what's viable and should, and if we did it now, if we did it later, too many unanswered questions that are really dividing the community that at least will help give us a better indication. And I really believe that the council, can at least then look at it, from data driven rather than, emotion driven.
Yeah, you addressed a lot of things that I didn't even inquire about, but one of them was the cost sharing thing that I didn't hear anything about that. And that's all that's been bandied about is this cost sharing. I hadn't heard about that. Another question I have is GHG, are they the ones doing the analysis for the Rancheria's feasibility study as well? Are they working for both the city and Humboldt Bay Water District or the Rancheria? I'm curious about that. I know.
Okay, Steve, do you know who's doing that, or John, who's doing the study for the Rancheria?
My understanding was that Humboldt Bay did that internally. So GHG was not involved in that analysis.
Okay, thank you.
David, looks like Grover, looks like your hand is up.
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment in general. I've heard a lot tonight that this is our third time coming back. We came back the second time because of a technical issue, and we were reaffirming the first vote. And if we look at the record, we all voted the same way, but it was based on a technical issue, and we came back for a special meeting to resolve that issue. So you could it could be subjective to a degree, whether it's our third time. But the point being, too, I mean, there's still the same thing about these studies being a necessity to make the best decision based on comprehensive evidence. So that's pretty much what I want to say. And there was a lot of this went on. I did study this in local government, and when the highway came through here, there was a really big problem. And when the casino was going to be built, there was a really big problem with residents. So it's great that people are involved in their community, want to make sure that things don't get out of hand. And I just don't see it happening with the way people are so impassioned about what goes on. So that's just my last 2 cents I wanted to put in.
So I'm going to make a final comment. I'm going to bring it to Bryce. I'm going to hold off. We've heard everyone speak, and I'm not going to recognize you right now because the council is considering this. Not as a dig on you, but we need to. We've all had our chance to speak, except for me. I have not seen any substantive change in the information provided. And I've also learned that our city municipal code allows this action of the council bringing back the same agenda item over and over and over. So I'm hopeful to at least learn one thing from this process, which is to clean up our municipal code to introduce some language that doesn't allow the council to bring an item back because they weren't happy with the vote. There is no substantive evidence, substantive information whatsoever that has been brought to my attention, at least through this process, that is any different from what we had the first time. So at this point, we had two counselors who were interested in some sort of motion. I bring it back to you only because you introduced that. And let's hear what you have to say, and we'll see if we can manage our way through this. Any counselors willing to make a motion regarding this agenda item?
Yes. Can I screen share?
Go for it, Richard.
Okay. This will make it easier if I can do that. So based on what we've heard tonight, I'd like to make a motion, and now therefore be it resolved, that the Trinidad City Council wishes to consider sharing in a pipeline with the Rancheria, and the Trinidad City Council will send a city representative, plural, representatives, to the board meeting August 12th, 2021 of the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District, and those representatives will request a 1-month delay for signing the HBMWD contract with the Trinidad Rancheria and McKinleyville Community Services District to build a pipeline from McKinleyville to the Rancheria, and the Trinidad City Council requests until September 2nd, 2021 for city staff to determine the cost, time to completion, and other contractual issues sufficient for a decision by the city council on participating in the contract at a special council meeting on September 7th, 2021.
Second that.
So we have a first and we have a second.
Comment.
Comment?
I'd like to comment.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that this does not say a feasibility study or cost analysis. This says wishes to consider sharing in a pipeline with the Rancheria. And to build a pipeline from McKinleyville to the Rancheria.
But it does not request a decision by the council to do so. It's a delay. It's a delay to permit the council to get data. There's nothing in here that says this is a vote for the council to connect to a pipeline. It's a vote to delay to allow the council to consider by getting data. So it's not a vote on connecting to a pipeline. It's a vote on delaying and getting data. And then on September 7th meeting, the council can make a decision based upon data. Do we do it? Do we not do it? But this is not a vote to connect up. It's a vote to delay, find data, and schedule another meeting for September 7th.
Jack?
I've also got another problem that I'd like to have some information from the Pacific Watershed, and we now have to wait at least 2 weeks, if not longer, to at least assign them to do some work for us. So I'd like to see if we could, if we could talk to John now, but I'd like to find out if we could postpone this to a later date so we can come back with Pacific Watershed information. I mean, part of my problem with all this is that I want to make a comparison. And if I can't make a comparison because we don't have enough time, then I'm not willing to go with this. But I would be willing to see if we could put this off until a later time. I'm probably going to turn it down. So I want to have this date at a time when we can compare to Pacific Watershed. And that I know makes it complicated, but we can't get that Pacific Watershed information. I need that. I'd like to have that. So I feel strongly that we have a creek. So I'm going to ask, I would like to just talk and see if if we could expand that to request more time so we can have more information. So I want you to think about that.
We have a first and a second. So are you asking for an amendment to that?
Yeah, I'd like to amend it because I can't vote for it the way it is because we'll never get the Pacific watershed information in order to come up with an argument about the creek. And that was my whole reason for doing this, is to make sure we had both recommendations from both sides. And I don't think we can get them in that amount of time. Now that I have to wait longer. I thought they could do it in a month, but they can't do it in 2 weeks. So even if we get that, so it's got to be extended, or else I can't go for it. I have
Richard or David, you have a request from a counselor to amend your motion. Are you willing to do so?
I would have to check to see whether Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District is willing to extend their delay. This is all based upon a timeline which has been preset. If we take another month to get data, then we've missed the deadline, and we might. Are you willing
to amend your motion? If not, procedurally we need to call for a vote. We have a first and a second, and if we'll call for a vote, and then if depending on the outcome of that vote, there may be another motion.
Steve, is it possible that I just wanted to mention, since we still have Russ on the call, to see how this Pacific Watershed Associates, their study, he had indicated before something along the lines of to direct staff and then the council can vote on it later. So I just wanted to see what his thoughts are on that.
Yeah, he said we need to agendize it. Russ?
Yeah, maybe if you could put the screen back so everyone could see. Okay.
It would depend on the scope of the contract proposed and whether or not it exceeds the city manager's procurement authority. But assuming it would, the study would, then you'd want to present it back to the council for approval of whatever professional services agreement that the consultant may propose.
Plus, we don't, I support that, and we don't want to do this thing unless it's in the full public view. Given what's going on, we don't want to enter into any, as a council, I'm looking at all of the counselors, we don't want to do anything unless it's in the full public view. So we have a first and a second. Go ahead, Richard.
Is it possible to ask John Friedenbach, who's on the call, whether there would be a delay on their end that would give us more time?
John, can you answer that in 30 seconds or less? Or do you have to check with your board?
Yeah, the answer does lie with my board. So, you guys can make whatever request you want on Thursday. We are considering the agreement with the Rancheria to move forward. So now's the time, and make your request. So it's in my board's hands.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I was going to ask if the amendment would be to direct staff for Pacific Watershed. Is that what you were getting at, Jack? I wasn't totally clear.
I want to know that we can start Pacific Watershed immediately. That otherwise, no, I won't go with it because we can't come up with enough information to make me feel good about what we've asked. So I can't go that fast. I won't go that fast. Richard could restate his. He can amend what he's got, but I don't think we have any other choice. So I'm sorry, but that's the way I feel.
May I ask what the amendment would be?
I would amend it to give more time. So we could have, I want at least Pacific Watersheds to have a month. So we would say, if we can meet in 2 weeks, if we agree to meet in 2 weeks, we could say, let's get them started. They come back with information. We can now look at what they feel the water situation is like and what the Humboldt Bay comes back with. But right now, that means that Humboldt Bay gets almost a month. We get barely 2 weeks. Just isn't right. I won't get enough information.
So if I have down here to let them know by September 7th, what do I change that to? October 7th?
That's what I'd like to do, somewhere give us another month, see what they do. Sorry, but that's the only way I go with it.
Okay. So should I change the motion or would you amend the motion since it's already been seconded?
Yeah, you have to amend it and both people have to agree on it.
Okay. Jack, you want to go ahead and amend it?
You go ahead and amend. You've already made the motion, I think. Oh my goodness, what happened here? Oh man, I lost my screen here. So
here's the motion. Let me share it with you.
All right.
You have it. This is the part you would be amending to change that date. We still ask the city staff to do the work, but we would have to have a special meeting, our council, once we have the data that you want. Right. So it's this last date that will be most important for our council. I don't know whether Humboldt Bay board will go with it or not, but this will permit our community to gather the information that you would like so that the council could make an educated decision.
Right.
Let me just interject one other thought, and because it's almost 10:30 and we still have 3 more items, and I'm just wondering if we could just continue our meeting possibly to Thursday, if that would allow enough time. I don't know what Russ would say, and then we can vote on Pacific Watershed at the same time, have a special meeting on Thursday, and then continue our agenda and then vote on Pacific Watershed.
But Humboldt Bay Water District's meeting is on the 12th. That's when we would have to go to ask if they would extend this time frame.
You guys need to make a decision on this. We're not getting anything done by all staring at our feet. So you've got a motion. I'm going to call a vote unless I hear any substantive change. I'm going to call a vote.
Okay.
So Jack, you don't want to make an amendment?
I would just, you said October. I was looking for a date in October. That might be a good.
Our regular meeting in October is October 12th. So instead of having the special meeting on September 7th, we'd have our meeting on October 12th, which is our regular meeting. And then October the 14th is also when their next meeting would be for the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District.
That's fair enough for me.
And no engineering firm that I've ever talked to is able to produce anything that we're asking in 2 weeks or less. So we need to be realistic with what we're doing. But again, we've got a motion. Is there an amendment that's acceptable by the 2 folks that gave the motion? Jack, I think they're looking to you for some language.
Okay, well, I said October 12th. If you would switch that to October 12th, I think I'd be satisfied with it.
And add the component about Pacific Watersheds?
No, because then we would do, well, my goal is that we would meet in 2 weeks. I'd like to have a meeting again. Shut this meeting down. It's too late. We're all tired. We have 5, 6, 7, and we could add an 8th, which would be the Pacific Watersheds. We could see if we agree on that. I believe we will. So I will go along with this. If Richard would be willing to move it off so we can get enough. And I'm sorry, Richard, but it's the only way we can do this. October 12th.
That's fine.
Thank you. I appreciate
it. Make an amendment. Let's get it done. Make the sausage.
I'll second.
All right. Is that?
I need to hear. I don't know what's going on. October 12th.
Richard, okay. Richard read the whole thing, and the last line would be decision by the city council on participating in that contract at a special meeting on October 12th, 2001 would be the only change, I believe.
What's that September 2nd in the same bullet there up above? Trinidad Council requests until September 2nd.
Oh, yeah, we have to make that. Well, let's just make the whole thing October.
October 12th is a regular meeting.
Yeah, regular.
It's not a special meeting.
Right. So if we did a regular meeting on October 12th, we would need the information by October 1st. How's that? And actually, yeah. Is
Are
that,
you able to edit that, or is it because it's in the packet you can't edit it?
Richard, can you edit that thing?
It's a PDF.
Oh, right. So what
Well, let's
I'm
go to
hearing
Dave.
is the council wants the information by October 1st in preparation for its October 12th regularly scheduled meeting.
Yes.
So, Gabe, have you got all that?
I got it.
Okay. We're on first and second, Steve.
All right, so now we need a roll call vote.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second. Councilmember West and Grover to,
Clompus and Grover.
I'm sorry.
Compass and Grove, right? I just talked a lot.
Compass and Grover to approve the motion that was just posted on the screen with the amendment of October 1st as the request date and October 12th as a regular meeting date. We'll start with Councilmember Compass,
Yes.
Grover,
Yes.
Davies,
No.
West,
Yes.
and Ladwig.
Nope.
So we have 2 noes, Davies and Ladwig, 3 yeses, Clompus, Grover, and West. Motion passes 3-2.
Mayor Ladwig, I would really recommend that we postpone.
Right. So with respect to that, I want to make sure that the next item regarding the financial assistance application is not time sensitive, that we are not going to miss out on something by not voting on it tonight. Eli, can you confirm that, or is Becky on the call? There's too many.
Yeah, well, Steve is on the call still. Maybe he could help out. Otherwise, I don't see a reason that we would have to do it today. But see what Steve says if he has thoughts.
I'm not aware of it being a time sensitive issue.
Okay, if it is, then we'll call a special meeting and I'll make everybody banana bread as an apology. So, yeah, I agree that we need to table the items 4, 5, and 6. Apologize to those who've been staying on the call waiting for that, but our effectiveness is inversely proportionate to the amount of time we're spending on this Zoom call. So, with sincere apologies, we're going to table items 4, 5, and 6 to our next regularly scheduled meeting in September.
Actually, the special meeting on October 24th, 2 weeks from now.
You mean September 24th? Or sorry, August 24th?
Yeah, August 24th, 2 weeks.
Okay.
That's what we need to do in order to get this stuff. If we're going to do Pacific watersheds, we need to rush on that. So
got it. So we'll have a special meeting August 24th to consider a proposal from Pacific Watersheds, and we can get a nice detailed description of what that proposal is and a cost associated with it, and make that one of the items for our our August 24th meeting. With that, I am going to wrap the imaginary gavel and call this meeting closed.
thank you. Thank you, everybody.